Chapter 340. Not the past, not the old teacher. General Miles stood up abruptly and looked at the black mech on the screen with great emotion. After a while, he came back to his senses. Many years had passed since those days of war on the Empire's planet fields. The black mech trembled under the bombardment of grenades on the steep slopes of the Blue Pool Peak. It used its demonic, high-speed body movements to avoid damage and continued to accelerate forward with a chill. Compared to the old teacher with the surname, Lee, it was obvious that there was still a huge gap. He operated an MX, while the old teacher operated an M37. However, he still had not reached the level of the old teacher where he could break through obstacles alone and make the rivers give way to him. However, the two mechs that were separated by decades, whether it was the control method or the traces of movement, there were some similarities. General Miles looked at this scene and thought that he understood the real reason why the old teacher protected Sulu so much. He couldn't help but be speechless. In reality, it only took a very short time to dodge through 17 complicated and difficult areas at high speed. The people watching the military exercise only felt that their eyes were blurred for a few seconds. The black mech instantly escaped the range of the grenades and broke through the smoke and dust in the valley. Like a god of death from the netherworld, it continued to rush down the mountain, whether it was the initial sniper attack or the difficult process of avoiding the grenade firing line. After that, the black mech did not slow down at all. Even every indeterminate turn and slide was completed at high speed. Seeing the speed at which the black mecha was falling towards the valley was getting faster and faster, about to become a stream of flowing black light, the spectators, who had already been shocked by the pilot's superb control skills, could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. If the speed limit was exceeded and the onboard system lost control, would this black mecha fall to pieces? They should have guessed that this pilot would be like before and would definitely be hiding many surprises. However, seeing this kind of high-speed, crazy impact that was close to losing control with their own eyes, the people were still very worried. Being hit head-on by the crazy black MX mech, the headquarters of the Iron 7th Division in the valley was still calm. The invisible electric waves in the air flowed quickly. All the soldiers coldly and calmly continued with the work at hand, as if they did not see this scene. Along with the clear sound of motors, the level-firing grenade base completed its second round of automatic aiming in the shortest amount of time. Following the officer's order, the electrically controlled anti-infantry mines buried in front of the steep slope of Blue Pool Mountain exploded one after another, sending countless earth pillars into the air. Like countless fireworks, they blocked the path of the black mecha. This type of weapon, which was extremely destructive against individual soldiers and even armored vehicles, might not be able to do much damage to the sturdy MX mecha, but it could successfully interfere with the field's vision, buying the best opportunity and space for the level-firing grenade launchers. The sky full of grenades rained down again. At this time, the black mecha had already charged up 3/5 of the steep slope. Its own speed had already been raised to a terrifying level. Under such high inertia, no matter how skilled the pilot was, he would not be able to make those inconceivable dodging movements in the face of this sky full of grenades. The fire control of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was so precise that it was praiseworthy. They didn't panic because of the enemy's strength and didn't hesitate because of the failure of the first wave of attacks. They quickly launched the second wave of attacks without pause, and the details were calculated very precisely. At this moment, even if the uncle was reborn or the old man came out of seclusion, they probably would not be able to dodge such a dense barrage of attacks at such a short distance. Sulu naturally would not be able to do so either. However, just as the defense battalion was firing at full power, a strange change suddenly occurred to the black mech. Amidst the rumbling of the bullets, countless crisp sounds could be clearly heard. Those were the sounds of metal colliding with metal and separating from each other. The modified main cannon on the right shoulder of the black MX Mecha instantly spat out flames. Although it did not carry actual ammunition, this kind of momentum was still shocking, even as it was falling at a high speed, to the point of almost losing its momentum. The main cannon of the black mecha still managed to successfully deal a great deal of damage to the close-range fire control formation of the local defense camp. However, the people in the command center did not have time to assess the casualties of the local defense camp. Instead, they found that the black mecha's main cannon had flown up after this round of furious fire. Like a piece of scrap metal, it whistled through the air and shot towards the group of level-firing grenades. Main cannon detached automatically. The staff officers in the command hall could no longer maintain their calm mechanical voices. They reported loudly in shock. Long-range weapon system detached automatically. Platform type cover strip detached. Hidden repair arm detached. Area 41's firmware detached. Auxiliary balancer ejected. The military staff officer's voice was urgent and shocked. However, on the steep slope in front of the command center, everything that was happening to the black mecha was happening much faster than his explanation. Following the crisp sound of metal clashing and detaching, countless heavy components were ejected from the black mecha's body. In the original design, this type of detachment had a certain initial velocity to prevent damage to the mecha itself. However, at this time, the black mecha was already descending at an almost uncontrollable speed. At the same time, the heavy components that were detached from the mecha's body were also moving at a terrifying speed. They were actually sputtering outwards without stopping. Some of the firmware was ejected into the air at high speed. Others were ejected in front of the black mecha. As the black mecha continued to descend, components were sputtering out of the mecha's body. This scene was extremely strange. It was like a solid black boulder that could not withstand the erosion of thousands of years. It fell from the mountain peak, colliding with each other and sending countless fragments flying everywhere. These splashing components were extremely fast, their mass massive, and they were immensely powerful. They battered the entire hillside into a sorry state, and for some strange reason, they even helped the black mecha block several level fire grenades that were aimed at its hard body. Was this luck or something else? Mecha battle damage, 23%. The military staff officer in the command center stared dumbfoundedly at the image on the screen. He pulled up the data and confirmed that the black mecha had still survived the second round of Iron 7 Division's normal shooting. What was even more frightening was that after this extremely dramatic visual impact of the components peeling off and sputtering, the black mecha, which was already moving at an extremely fast speed, seemed to have instantly increased its speed by several notches. The steep peak of MT Blue Cake, which was over 1,000 meters long, was actually about to touch the bottom. "Enter overclocking mode," he shouted loudly. There were many people in the command center who had watched Ka Chifeng's battle before. When they saw the black mecha's components being detached, they had already guessed that the black mecha was preparing to enter overclocking mode. What shocked them was the way the black mecha had entered overclocking mode. General Miles narrowed his eyes at the screen, forcefully entering an overclocking state at such a high speed. Yet the high-speed sputtering of components did not cause any problems with the balance of the MX mecha itself. Could it be that Su Li's level of mecha control had already reached this level? When the black mecha appeared on the mountain peak, Du Shaoqing's expression was only occasionally gloomy, but it was immediately back to normal. When the black mecha rushed down towards the camp in a valiant manner, he was still sitting on the sofa, his expression as cold as ever, his sunglasses still by his side, unmoving. But when he saw the black mecha enter overclocking mode in such a manner, His fingers on the sofa's armrest finally moved. The major beside him glanced at him, but in the end did not hand over the sunglasses. After the shock of the command center, there was silence. Everyone looked at the screen in confusion, even if it had entered overclocking mode. The black mecha was about to turn into a stream of light and smash into the ground. What was that pilot going to do? On the peak of Ka Chiefing, the Purple Sea MX, controlled by Madman, Lee could not even last 3 minutes of overclocking mode. The Nutshell Standard MX, which used Little White Flower as its prototype, did not have that kind of fatal flaw. However, overclocking was still an overload on the mecha system. Be it the designer or the user, no one would expect to be able to maintain such a crazy and dangerous state forever. Su Lu was both the designer and the user. Naturally, he knew this better than anyone else. He did not know how well the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion was arranged, but he definitely would not underestimate the Iron Blood Army and Shimin Jin, who had single-handedly created by Du Shaoqing. Therefore, he needed to keep the overclocking mode for as long as possible until the most critical moment of the breakout. It was precisely because of this reason that he had always used the conventional mode when he sneaked between the mountains before dawn. Even when he initiated the charge, he still did so. It was not until the last moment, when he was forced into a desperate situation by the defensive firepower of the Iron 7th Division, that he took off his clothes and threw away his sweaty clothes. Like a newborn bird returning to the forest, like a maiden returning to her first love on the beach, he rushed towards the camp in the valley. Removing the heavy components from the sputtering walls helped him deal with a portion of the dense grenades. This could be said to be luck, but it could also be said to be Su Li's precise control of instantaneous battle situations. Of course, there was also a lot of shamelessness mixed in. After all, this was a drill. When the grenades hit those components, they would only crash to the ground. If this was a real battle, who knew how many explosions would have occurred in front of him? How could the battle damage be maintained within 30%? What should he do next? Looking at the hard ground approaching at high speed on the screen before him, feeling the violent tremors of the MX mecha as if it was about to fall apart under the high speed, Su Li's eyes behind the goggle-like screen narrowed and shone brightly, his exposed lips pursed tightly, and even his barely budding beard blossomed with a certain fierceness. In that split second, he pressed the red button beside the control stick. With a low grunt, he channeled all the power in his body into his muscles and skin, using the simulation system to control the central system of the mecha. In an instant, the falling black mecha was forcefully pulled back up from the ground. No one could defy the laws of nature. So when the people in the command hall saw the black mecha crash into the ground like a blind tiger, they all thought that the black mecha would not survive. In order to pass through the layers of defensive firepower of the Iron 7th Division, the black mecha had no choice but to engage in a high-speed charge. However, in the end, it seemed that the black mecha would also be destroyed by the high-speed charge. The generals and officers did not close their eyes because they could not bear to watch. They only frowned, very worried about the safety of the pilot. Just a few flashes of lightning and thunder from before had already made them feel a strong sense of respect for the pilot. There were only about 3 people in the hall who still had confidence in the black mecha. General Miles and Minister Zhou looked at the screen calmly. Their confidence came from the attitude of the old man in Philadelphia and Su Li's previous performance. However, the third person was a little strange because it was Du Shaoqing. Du Shaoqing looked coldly at the screen. He definitely did not believe that the black mecha would be stupid enough to commit suicide. Just as he expected, in the next moment, the entire command hall suddenly fell into a collective silence. Everyone looked at the black mecha on the screen, shocked, speechless, as if it had turned into a fossil. At this moment, The image on the screen seemed to have been muted. The scene in the valley camp also seemed to have been muted. There was only a deathly silence. The dense cluster of flaming grenade cannons tried to lift their barrels in vain. The anti-infantry mines that were still exploding seemed to have disappeared as well. Only small mushrooms rose from the steep slope and then dissipated into a sandstorm cloud. In the dead silence, the soldiers of Iron 7 Division, who were as calm as machine parts, finally couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Like the spectating officers in the command hall, they raised their heads and looked at the silent picture without any reaction. In the greenish-yellow sandstorm cloud, the silvery-white streamlined wings attached to the waist of the black mecha that was charging down at high speed had already spread out. The black mecha had already left the ground, whistling through the sand and the rain of bullets, and was sprinting towards the camp. At this moment, it really flew. Mecha could not fly, and neither could the MX. However, at high speeds, with the help of its perfectly designed wings, it could glide through the air. This was originally designed to be used to forcibly drop mecha into the air, but today, the black mecha that Su Lu was piloting had shown another use for it, in Ka Chifeng's shocking battle. Because of the vacuum of the Old Moon polar region, the wings attached to the two MX mechas had only played a part of the role of balance. Today's charge, if not for the terrain to forcibly increase the mecha's speed to the maximum, how could it have been able to glide through the air in such a beautiful curve? The unexpected had to be obtained from the unexpected. Countless people watched as the black mecha soared into the air like a giant blackbird, passing through the control fire of the local defense camp. They could not help but be shocked speechless. This scene would be branded in everyone's minds for a long time. In reality, the black mecha had only stayed in the air for 2 seconds, but it had already forcibly passed through the most concentrated line of fire of the local defense camp to land in the middle of the camp. With a loud boom, the black mecha's alloy mechanical feet landed heavily on the ground. Shards of metal and dirt flew everywhere, and the Iron 7 Division soldiers, who were yelling at the top of their lungs, fell down in all directions. But what no one expected was that after the black mecha had passed through the control fire of the local defense camp, it did not directly enter the location of the command center. Instead, before landing, it forcibly twisted its body 30 degrees to the west, aiming for an ordinary barracks at the entrance of Blue Cake Mountain. At this moment, the deathly still scene seemed to have a sound once again, the sound of guns, electronic screams, and the sound of the self-propelled artillery system's motors rang out densely. But the MX mecha had already passed through the middle of the camp. How could these control fire of the local defense camp keep up with its ghostly footsteps? Under normal conditions, the Black MX was already able to avoid long-range attacks. Now that it was in overclocking mode, its trembling body, strange twisting movements, and dazzling fast-dodging movements allowed the Black MX to successfully avoid most of the intersection and rush towards its target. In the cockpit, Su Li's face was pale. Cold sweat flowed down his face. The heat in his body was quickly draining away. After controlling the MX to perform so many perverted movements, his energy and physical strength had already reached the limit. Most importantly, the damned hunger in his stomach had come to disturb him again. Without hesitation, he controlled the MX to charge towards that ordinary barracks at the fastest speed possible. This was because he knew that Shimin Jin was in that ordinary barracks. The room on the right that seemed to be the command center was, in fact, empty. Shimin Jin was indeed very careful. Even though the Iron 7th Division had clearly obtained an overwhelming victory, he still made so many strict arrangements in the camp headquarters. That alone was not enough. He had even disguised the command center. This kind of commander was really scary, so when the onboard radar alarm sounded and 4M-52 mecha suddenly appeared in front of the ordinary barracks, Sulu was not at all surprised. Shimanjin had only used 2/3 of his military strength to forcefully suppress the officers and cadets in the lonely Yellow Mountain Ridge area. The rest of his forces were all placed in the command center. Moreover, these 4 M52 mecha that had been hidden for a long time had been warmed up since the start of the drill, silently guarding this area. This was not a trap set up by Iron 7th Division. This was the meticulous design and strict tactical discipline of the Iron 7th Division that they had learned from Du Shaoqing. A dignified division would not fight an unprepared war. They had to be prepared to the fullest. This way, once the situation changed, any backup plan of the Iron 7th Division could become a trap that could kill the enemy. But so what if it was a trap? Facing the 4 M52 mecha that had their camouflage cloth removed, the heavy mechanical legs of the black MX quickly moved on the ground, turning into a series of afterimages. It avoided the hail of bullets at an unimaginable speed and closed in on the bodies of the 2 M52 mecha. The black MX's right alloy fist smashed heavily into the central system of one of the M52 mecha, easily breaking through the sturdy alloy armor. At the same time, its left alloy hand reached out like lightning to fiercely control the right arm of the other M52 that was spraying bullets. The huge difference in power output made the M52 mecha that the military had always been proud of look like a drunkard in front of the Black MX. Moreover, it was completely unable to break free from the Black MX's control. The Carlin barrels of the 2 M52 mecha were still rotating at high speed, spraying bullets. However, they were unable to hit the Black MX between them. Instead, they aimed at each other's chests and abdomens. 2 beautiful streaks of bullet fire splashed into the mecha like electric sparks, instantly destroying each other. Meanwhile, the Black MX controlled by Sulu pushed up with both arms, shaking off the 2 M52 mecha that had already stopped moving, and with a whoosh, it dove in. It had to be admitted that Su Li's breakout had ultimately taken advantage of many military exercises. If both sides had used live ammunition in that shocking scene earlier, the 2 M52 mecha would have been forced to shoot at each other. At such a close distance, the high-speed spray of armor-piercing bullets would definitely have hurt the Black MX mecha. The Federation's military exercise combat system was extremely accurate. Once the central control computer confirmed that a mecha had been killed, it would immediately stop working, including the soldiers. After the Black MX had swiftly and valiantly killed the 2 M5 mecha, it then charged towards the normal barracks. At this moment, the Black mecha was like a special forces soldier engaging in close combat, fiercely throwing 14 punches at the remaining 2 M5 mecha. Based on Su Li's understanding of mecha structures, these heavy blows were definitely enough to ensure that these 2 mecha would never have the chance to stand up again. Suddenly, the Black mecha's right mechanical arm reached out, and as quick as lightning, it grabbed one of the already stopped M52 mecha and threw it viciously to the right. The Black MX mecha was about the same weight as the M-series mecha, but after stripping off the components and entering an overclocked state, its body appeared much slimmer in comparison. However, with its powerful twin engines outputting 4 times the power output, it was actually able to easily grab the M52 mecha and throw it. This scene was very strange. It was as if a delicate woman with a frosty expression had picked up a burly man and thrown him away like a sandbag. Of course, the Black mecha had not done this to vent, but to humiliate the Iron 7th Division. The M52 mecha it had thrown accurately hit a self-propelled, heavy cannon 50 meters to the right. That modified self-propelled heavy cannon did not even have time to blast out the electromagnetic beam bomb that mecha feared the most before it was smashed all over the ground by this ruined mecha that had been thrown over. The graphite beams that shot out were extremely magnetic as they stuck to the ruined mecha and began to flash with blue electric arcs. This pitiful mecha that had been used as a sandbag twitched uncontrollably. The black mecha shuddered as it moved at high speed, clearing out all the targets in its path one by one. It twisted its body forcefully in midair, using an extremely beautiful pose to transform into a phantom, nimbly dodging the 4 incoming rocket projectiles by a hair's breadth. Speed. What it needed was speed. The black mecha pushed its speed to the limit. Whether it was the 4 hidden mechas, the electromagnetic beam bomb, or the individual rocket projectiles that were impossible to defend against, none of them could stop the black mecha's footsteps for even a moment before the remaining armored soldiers of the Iron 7th Division could surround it. The black mecha had already inconceivably crossed 70 meters in a second. With one foot, it overturned an electronically linked armored vehicle. With a shake of its body, it rushed to the front of the ordinary barack and smashed open the door with a punch. In the barack, the officers and staff of the Iron 7th Division looked at the black mecha outside the door, their expressions extremely ugly. The black mecha was like a skilled assassin that could kill with a single strike. It didn't give them much time to react. Shimin-Jin, whose hair was a little dry, turned around and glanced at the black mecha. She was about to say something. However, the pilot in the black mecha did not have the demeanor of an assassin. Before Shimin-Jin could speak, the pilot in the black mecha lifted its heavy mechanical arm and completed the last designated action through the control system. Under the burning gazes of the officers of the Iron 7th Division, the black mecha's right alloy arm pointed directly at the highest commander here, Shimin-Jin. Chapter 341. The black MX mecha had already stripped away all of its long-range firepower systems. Right now, facing the gloomy Iron 7th Division officers from outside the barracks, if it wanted to complete its tactical objective, it could only rely on the mecha's movements. In other words, Shimin-Jin could only be trampled to death, beaten to death, and tortured to death by the black mecha. Su didn't want to humiliate the opponent, but this was the only way he could fight. Of course, he couldn't really break through the door and use his heavy mechanical legs to trample Shimin-Jin into minced meat. He could only enter the next step into the battle damage system in the Military Exercise Command Center. Through precise calculations, the command center directly determined that his actions were effective. In the next moment, the Military Exercise Command Center and the officers and soldiers of the Iron 7th Division all received a notification from the battle damage system. The Blue Team commander has died. The officers and generals in the command center couldn't hide their shock as they watched the image on the screen. The black mech rushed down from the top of Blue Pond Peak. The smoke and cannons exploded. In just a few moments, this MX had already successfully broken through the barracks, completing this mission that seemed impossible to complete in the first place. General Miles's white eyebrows bloomed as he sighed softly in relief. The Minister of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, calmly picked up the cup of tea beside him and took a sip. The tea was already cold, but he didn't react at all. It seemed that this military big shot was hiding a lot of emotions under his calm exterior. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the right side of the command center. The Federal Army officers were very curious. What kind of expression would the usually cold and arrogant division commander Du Xiaoqing have after witnessing the defeat of his own troops? To their surprise and slight disappointment, although Division Commander Du Xiaoqing had already stood up, his expression was still cold, his posture dignified, and his figure straight. He didn't seem to have suffered such a heavy blow at all. Of course, some people still noticed that Division Commander Du's hands were clenched tightly behind his back. His knuckles were faintly white. The soldiers in the military drill hall were shocked by the performance of the black mecha, marveling at the unimaginable level of control displayed by the pilot. Du Xiaoqing was the same. Other than anger and gloom in his heart, he also felt a strong sense of incomprehension. As an all-rounder in military affairs, Division Commander Du Xiaoqing's mecha piloting skills were also quite outstanding. However, after seeing Su Lu operate the Black MX with his own eyes, he could not use a logical deduction to convince himself that this was something a normal person could do. Du Xiaoqing's face was cold and detached as he looked at the black mecha and his subordinates on the screen. His brows furrowed. Those straight eyebrows that had always been like unsheathed swords seemed to have been resheathed at this moment. They became silent, as if they were waiting for something to happen. A moment later, another exclamation rang out in the military exercise command hall. The military staff officer who had completely lost his cool today stood up from behind the workbench and loudly reported, "Mecha damage 61%, 88%, 100%. The Black MX has exploded." The military exercise command hall suddenly fell into a state of busy calculations and shocked discussions. The staff officers could not understand why the Black MX had suddenly exploded after successfully breaking through the camp. The armored squad of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion had not yet arrived. What exactly happened in the command center? General Miles, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned. He frowned and immediately thought of the part of the battle force that the Iron 7th Division had not used during this impromptu military exercise. After a moment of silence, a look of appreciation appeared on his face. Du Xiaoqing looked at the screen expressionlessly. That pair of eyebrows of his raised again, although it was not as insufferably arrogant and unstoppable as before, it had recovered some of its luster. From the beginning of the military exercise until now, the defense battalion under the command of Shimin Jin had not used that fixed-speed non-cruise missile unit. He believed that his soldiers would not disappoint him to the extreme. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. The command system had just reported the news of the blue team's commander's death when a sharp alarm rang out from the central control system of the mecha. Looking at the red energy lines blotting out the sky and covering the earth on the full-view radar screen, Su Lu could not help but sweat profusely, drenching his back in the stuffy cockpit. Even though he knew that this was all virtual, different from the level-fire howitzers from before, a dense cluster of missiles flew in from an unknown base and covered the entire area around the barracks. It did not distinguish between friend and foe and carried out a powerful attack. The power of the missiles was set to explode, and on the virtual screen, the entire barracks turned into a sea of fire. Almost at the same time as the command hall, the battle damage system connected to the black mecha coldly and mechanically reported the battle damage situation. In just the blink of an eye, the Black MX, which had not yet lost 30% of its battle force, had its red column representing the status of the mecha drop continuously, as if it was rapidly losing blood. In the end, the system determined that the mecha had exploded. During this process, the black mecha had no time to react at all. Faced with the high-speed missiles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, even if it could react, it would not be able to complete any evasive maneuvers. It could only watch as its body was buried in the sea of fire. A deathly silence. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at the data feedback on the screen. Listening to the cold voice of the system, he pondered in silence for a long time before he finally understood the source of all this. A fixed-velocity, non-cruise missile unit. The military exercise command system had added a group of virtual soldiers for both sides of the exercise, and what had been added to the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was this two-base missile unit. During the exercise that had started before dawn, the Iron 7th Division had not used this unit at all. They had actually been suppressing it all this time until the very end, when they finally aimed at their own command center and launched a barrage of attacks without distinguishing friend from foe. This virtual unit was equipped with the Stinger II missile, which had terrifying absolute speed. However, it also had an extremely fatal flaw. The direct injection vortex engine made it impossible for this type of fast missile to perform precise navigation. Therefore, using this type of light missile to attack the powerful MX mecha from a distance would be very difficult to achieve any results. However, Shimin-Jin had placed the missile base in the valley behind Blue Pool Mountain and aimed it at her own command center. This excellent and meticulous commander had maintained absolute self-control and calm throughout the entire exercise, saving this force for the very end. Even when Su Li's black mecha had charged down from the mountain peak, due to the flaw of the Stinger II missile, the black mecha had still not been willing to fire recklessly. Only when the black mecha had penetrated deep into camp headquarters and was within the absolute range of the missile cluster did Shimin-Jin launch a devastating attack. At such a close distance, with such a high density of continuous fire, the Stinger II missile did not need a cruise system at all to blast any enemy into pieces. If the black mecha had been in the valley at this time, it would probably have been able to rely on its mobility to dodge this wave of attacks. However, at this time, the black mecha had succeeded in its mission and was no longer vigilant. Most importantly, this wave of missiles had been coldly aimed at its location. How could it escape? Inside the glowing red cockpit, Su Lu pondered in silence for a very long time before he finally managed to sort out the sequence of events. Using the Stinger II missile against a mecha, only Shimin-Jin's method could achieve tactical results. However, what made him feel even colder was that the Iron 7th Division had actually buried the entire command center with it, wanting to bury him here. This kind of design was a little too cruel. He rubbed his stiff face, shook his head, and pressed the button to open the cockpit. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulic systems and motors, the cockpit of the black mecha at the entrance to the command center of the Iron 7th Division's defense camp slowly opened. At this time, the Military Exercise Command System had already determined that all personnel near the command center were dead, so the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division could only stare at the open cockpit door with ugly expressions. They did not raise their weapons to aim at the enemy. Although this black mecha had exploded and died in the end, the other party had broken into their camp and killed 4 of their own mecha in an instant. In the end, they had even killed their highest commanding officer. This was the equivalent of a tight slap to their faces. The pale-faced Su Lu crawled out of the cockpit, but he did not climb down to the ground. Instead, he stood on the alloy railings and looked down at the angry Iron 7th Division officers with narrowed eyes. Although he had been determined to be dead in the end, he had done everything he could. He had successfully broken into camp and killed the enemy's commander, so there was a hint of youthful excitement in his calm mood. There was no regret or sadness. "You're really ruthless." Su Lu felt unusually tired. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his fingers and sat down on the slightly hot mecha, leaning against the tough alloy armor. He looked down at the gloomy commander in the barracks and said seriously, "I admit that Iron 7th Division has the right to be proud." These were sincere words. In today's impromptu military exercise, Zhou Yu's group of officers who were born in the Lonely Mountain and Yellow Mountain Ridge area had displayed their strongest abilities. Otherwise, they would not have been able to delay the large number of soldiers of the defense camp for so long and give Su Lu a chance to break into camp. However, in the face of Iron 7th Division's well-trained and unusually calm offensive, the red team could only lose. What was even more frightening was that Su Lu had cheated and had the ability to operate a mecha that few people in this world understood. He had displayed the performance of the Black MX to the extreme and unexpectedly broke into the camp. In the end, he had encountered 3 layers of backup from Iron 7th Division. Although he had succeeded in killing the enemy's commander in the end, he had also ushered in death. Shimin Jin sat in the barracks with a calm expression. He did not pick up the coffee cup in his hand again. His mood was not as calm as his expression. He had long been boiling with anger. He had commanded the most powerful defense camp of Iron's 7th Division, but he had actually been broken in by a single black MX. The commander had been killed? What kind of humiliation was this? He did not raise his head to speak to Su Lu on the Black Mecha, because that would make people feel that Su Lu was looking down at him with the attitude of a victor. Chapter 342. The battle at the front line of Lonely Ridge had just ended a minute ago. The military exercise command system had used the fastest speed to determine the outcome. Although the red team had successfully killed the blue team's commander, the red team's final members had all been killed. The blue team had completed the final tactical mission, so the system determined the blue team's victory. Hearing the notification of victory, Shimin Jin's expression became more and more unsightly. How could this kind of victory taste good? I never thought of using the sharp stinger Type 2. In the valley, I was just being cautious out of habit. However, I really didn't think that your side would actually have a mecha that could break into my command center. Just when the camp command center was deathly silent, Shimin Jin suddenly opened her mouth and said, "But there is one thing that I don't understand no matter how I think about it. To pass through my electronic detection, your mecha must have entered the automatic electronic shield. Then how were you able to find my camp?" This commander finally raised his head and looked at the exhausted Su Lu sitting on the mecha. He asked, "Not only did you find the camp, you even guessed that this room was the real command center. How did you do it?" Shimin Jin used a philosophical tone, frowning as he supported himself on the table, and asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. The humiliation of being successfully broken into by the opponent had magnified the questions and shock in his heart by countless times. Thus, he would rather raise his head and look at the high and mighty Su Lu and ask aloud. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division around the Blue Pool Valley gradually gathered. There were about 150 of them, and all of them had already been determined to be dead by the command system. The soldiers looked at the black mecha disguised as the entrance of the command center. They looked at the young pilot leaning against the body of the mecha. Their faces were ashen, and the hostility in their gazes was almost enough to cause some kind of substantial harm. Su Lu was Dong Lin's stone. He would never be affected by the emotions of his enemies. He would not be moved by external things. His face was like a hard stone covering the outside of a stone, blocking out all these gazes. After a moment of silence, he looked at Shimin Jin below the mecha and said, "Yesterday, when Instructor Du was lecturing the officer students, he said that soldiers should have a gambling spirit. I just took a gamble. Looks like my luck is not bad, and I won the gamble." Shimin Jin looked at him with gloomy expression and said, "Who will believe these words?" Su Lu was speechless. He thought to himself that he couldn't possibly dance around on the mecha and then sing in a hoarse voice, "This is a little secret, a little secret. I won't tell you, I'll tell you." Looking at Du Shaoqing's cold style, Shimin Jin, who was sitting firmly in the camp and was still trying her best to imitate Du Shaoqing's cold style, even though she had died miserably, Su Lu looked at the string of pale yellow radiance on the head of this outstanding commander and wanted to tell the other party, "Not only do I know where your headquarters is, I even know that you are a citizen of Donglin, and you are 35 years old this year." However, looking at Shimin Jin's bloodshot eyes and dry and unnatural hair, Su Lu didn't say anything in the end as he thought of the other party's current mood. He maintained his composure under the hateful gazes of the Iron 7th Division soldiers surrounding him and didn't appear to be too happy. At noon, the troops participating in the military exercise finally retreated one by one. although it was only a small impromptu military exercise. A battle on the scale of 1,000 people, transporting the damaged equipment back was already quite troublesome. What was even more troublesome was that the soldiers who had been injured by the flying debris during the Black Mecca's breakout needed to be treated in time. Fortunately, there were no real fatalities. Even so, although the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who had retreated were as silent and calm as usual, anyone could find a different emotion in their eyes, unwillingness and intense anger. This anger was not directed at the Red Team officer students in the exercise, but rather at this unexpected outcome, this embarrassing victory. What kind of army was the Iron 7th Division? The brotherly troops who had suffered a dismal ending in 37 military exercises knew best. They were as solemn as winter to the enemy, and as harsh as the harshest of art connoisseurs who refused to accept red packets from cultural foundations. They were extremely strict in their management, and on the battlefield, they cruelly demanded that there be no loopholes. The problem was that in this impromptu military exercise, they didn't think that they had done anything wrong, but they still lost, so they were angry. At the same time, they also had countless complex emotions towards the pilot who had piloted the Black Mecca. There was hatred, confusion, shock, and all kinds of emotions mixed together, but they still returned to the original point: anger. On the military airport, heavy transport aircraft were taking off and landing nonstop. Heavy transport helicopters whizzed past like large birds. Further away, transport spaceships were on standby. Soldiers with orderly footsteps walked across the road with stern expressions. The entire base was filled with a busy and solemn atmosphere. Sheeman Jean, whose dry black hair was messy in the wind, led the staff officers of the defense battalion and walked at the front of the line. Her expression was very ugly, and even when she walked into the warehouse of the base, the expression on her face didn't change at all. Unlike the anger of the Iron 7th Division, the military officers who were in line couldn't hide the smile on their faces. All of them who had represented the Red Team had died or been captured, and they had just been released by the main force of the Iron 7th Division. Everyone should have been dejected, with a face full of grief and indignation, doing their duty as a loser, but they just smiled and looked outside the warehouse. In this military exercise, the performance of the military officers was actually very outstanding. Relying on the 7MXs and the virtual forces transferred by the central computer, they actually managed to hold the main force of the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division at the front line of the lonely Yellow Mountain Ridge for more than an hour. This bought precious time and opportunity for Su Lu to break through the camp. But after being scolded like a snowstorm by Du Xiaoqing yesterday afternoon, they couldn't be proud of this kind of thing. The reason for their pride was the black MX that was slowly being lowered by the heavy helicopter outside the warehouse. Su Lu, wearing a black high-energy material pilot suit, rubbed his sweaty hair, dragged the heavy black workbench box, and walked at the back of the line into the warehouse where the participating soldiers were lined up. The moment he appeared in front of everyone, Zhou Yu, who had a gentle smile on his face, and Hua Xiaoxi, whose left shoulder was injured, were the first to start clapping. Although close to 1,000 Iron 7 Division officers and men were looking ahead without any movement, the 30-odd trainees, 17 men from Team 7, and the staff officers in the base were applauding fervently. It was as if there was a thunderstorm, as if there was a clap of thunder in spring. Su Lu was slightly taken aback, but then he narrowed his eyes and smiled. He raised his hand and waved in the direction of the trainees. Then he heard the sharp whistles and cheers of the 7th Division. Hearing the applause, whistles, and cheers, the expressions of the Iron 7th Division soldiers, who had been cold and calm, became even more gloomy. Listening to the applause, Su Lu thought back to the day when the MX Mecha had been successfully developed in the underground storeroom of the Nutshell Engineering Department in the Harbor City Industrial Park. When he and Shang Qiu had walked into the quiet storeroom, what had greeted them had also been such a moving applause. Suddenly, he had the urge to call Shang Qiu and tell her about this scene. The biggest difference between glory and vanity was whether or not you had done the right thing for this sense of glory. If the glory Su Lu enjoyed after the military exercise was vanity, he wouldn't reject it. He would only enjoy it, and he would be willing to enjoy it monotonously and repeatedly. Minister Zhou and General Myers didn't participate in the inspection after the military exercise. The two most powerful big shots in the military had to leave some face for the Iron 7th Division. After all, the final victor of the military exercise was the Iron 7th Division. If they were there, they would have to be kind to Su Lu and protect him. Where would the dignity of the Iron 7th Division go? In addition, these two big shots probably also thought that Su Lu was already in a pot of oil right now, so there was no need to give him too much face and splash a ladle of alcohol on him. What ended the thunderous applause in the warehouse was another round of monotonous and dull applause. The commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Shaoqing, had a calm expression on his face. He looked at Su Lu, who walked in with a box, and clapped lightly with his hands that were wearing lambskin gloves. The applause was somewhat dull, so the applause in the warehouse quietened down. Complete silence. Su Lu walked to the front of the formation and gave a military salute. The reception after the military exercise ended very quickly. The federal military needed this exercise to change the inherent tactical thinking of many of the generals. But in reality, if one carefully analyzed these two exercises, the Iron 7th Division, led by Du Shaoqing, was actually the unit that didn't need to be hammered the least. The nimble and precise tactical design allowed the Iron 7th Division to seamlessly coordinate with the MX Mecha's powerful attacks. The soldiers in the warehouse gradually dispersed. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division gathered together, and the officers and men of the Iron 7th Division naturally gathered together. Lan Xiaolong glanced at Shimanjin, who walked past him, and said, "I'm really sorry, we lost again. But please believe me, we didn't go easy on you." In order to cover for Su Li's black MX Mecha going deep into the mountains, the Iron 7th Division had no choice but to expose themselves. All of them were surrounded. Lan Xiaolong was pitifully captured, but in front of the Iron 7th Division, he didn't feel like a captive at all. Nearly 1,000 Iron 7th Division soldiers heard these provocative words, and their expressions turned ugly. But in the end, they couldn't stage a gang fight in front of so many high-ranking military officials in the warehouse. Even Shimanjin only paused for a moment before leaving the scene. Zhou Yu patted Lan Xiaolong's shoulder and indicated for him to look outside the warehouse. In reality, most of the soldiers on the field had already cast their gazes outside. The sun above the mountains was gradually moving westward, and dusk was gradually thickening. In the light red background, on a protruding hill, two figures stood facing each other. It was like a scene out of a paper cut. Du Shaoqing and Su Lu. I took the traffic rules test during the day. I'm really old, but I'm a genius. I finished it in 5 minutes, and they didn't let me leave. I endured it for 15 minutes, 100. Although I know it's easy, I really only watched it for one night. How can I not be narcissistic? Wahahaha. Chapter 343. Your comrades are all dead. Du Shaoqing looked calmly at the red clouds on the narrow flat land between the mountains in the distance. His gloved hands were behind his back as he asked, "If you were facing an entire mechanical regiment, would you be able to charge into the regiment headquarters?" This Federation's youngest major general did not deliberately take off his gloves in front of Su Lu because of yesterday's conflict. His heart, which had been honed for many years in the military, could no longer be affected by such small matters. Su Lu was silent for a long time before he said, "I can't do it now, but that doesn't mean I can't do it in the future." He understood the meaning of this conversation between Du Shaoqing and himself, so he decided not to give in at all. Du Shaoqing looked at him coldly and said, "Even if you can, no one else can." This was a judgment that directly hit the nail on the head regarding this military exercise. If not for the help of the glory of the charter, if not for the tyrannical methods that the uncle had taught him, how could Sulu have done all this? He could do it, but the other ace pilots of the Federation military could not do it. This was a feat that could not be repeated, so it could not become a template for the Federation military. "You're not a qualified commander." Du Shaoqing looked at him coldly and said coldly, "And you'll never be able to become a qualified commander in the future." Su Lu silently agreed with this judgment, but when he felt the coldness and faint contempt in this person's words and thought of the killing intent he had felt yesterday, his heart suddenly hardened. He raised his head and said, "Commander, that qualified commander of yours has just been killed by me." Du Shaoqing was not as angry as he had been yesterday. He had already sunk all his disgust toward this young man into his bones. He looked at Su Lu and said, "The Federation has a modern military system. If a commander dies, there's still a replacement. This is also why the Military Exercise Command Hall still judged the blue team to be the winner even though you successfully broke through the camp and killed Shimin-Jin. The Federation has a modern military system, but the Empire doesn't." Su Lu looked at him and said, "Marshal Li killed the Emperor of the Empire, and the Empire was forced to retreat. The President of the Federation is dead, but there's still the Vice President and the Deputy Speaker. But they can't. We're training our soldiers to fight the Empire, not the Iron 7th Division." This was almost a quibble, but it was impossible to find a problem with it. Du Shaoqing's thick eyebrows, which were like heavy swords, trembled. He was silent, but the fists behind his back were clenched. Su Lu stood quietly by his side, looking at the man's firm and resolute face under the twilight. He thought to himself, given the man's lofty status and fanatical support in the Iron 7 Division, if he really died, the Iron 7 Division would be destroyed as well. Du Shaoqing seemed to have guessed what Su Lu was thinking. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, "If I personally commanded the military exercise troops, do you think your MX would be able to kill me?" This sentence was very calm, but it was mixed with endless confidence and strong deterrence, making it difficult for anyone to doubt it, including Su Lu. He pursed his dry lips and repeated what he said before, "You can't do it now, but it doesn't mean you can't do it in the future. You're not a marshal. You defeated Madman Li once and destroyed the Imperial Guard Battalion once, but it doesn't mean you can go anywhere in the universe." Du Shaoqing looked at him indifferently, not hiding the disgust in his heart. After 2 days of military exercise, Su Lu had gradually caught on to the complex reasons why Commander Du disliked him. This condescending and oppressive hostility came from Park Ji-ho, from the 2 officers he killed, from the old man in Philadelphia. But more than that, it came from the philosophy and the unpredictable future of the army. In fact, from a certain point of view, even Su Lu admitted that Commander Du Shaoqing and his 7th Division were walking the right path of military management. Su Lu was just following the old path of the Li brothers, walking on an old path that could not be replicated or promoted. It was not the normal path, but he did have the ability to not walk the normal path. Uncle Feng, you once praised Su Li's ability to see through people's minds. This ability was even better than his mechanical engineering talent. The reason why he had this ability was probably because Su Lu could maintain an absolutely calm and clean heart under high-speed thinking, so his gaze was extremely penetrating. After being together for several years, he could still feel the indifference in the depths of the uncle's heart. If they had only met for the first time in life, he had already grasped a certain wave band that was deeply hidden in Shi Qinghai's source of darkness. The acquaintance was cold, and the friendship was absurd. However, he had calmly accompanied Zhou Yu on a crucial journey. The reason why he had become close friends with the three of them was that he could see through their truest thoughts. If there was a mistake in judgment, it was probably only by Yulan. With this kind of insight, Su Lu could see through Du Xiaoqing's heart. It was not a difficult thing. "Commander, you want to be the second Li Pifu, the second Federation's god of war." Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the dusk on the horizon. He said, "But I don't. I know that I'm just a piece of material that can withstand training, but it's difficult to assemble into the big machine that is the army, and I don't have the ability to drive the group forward. So, I don't want to be the second Li Pifu. I just want to be the only Su Lu." Du Xiaoqing was silent for a moment. After laughing out of anger yesterday, he returned to his cold expression. Listening to Su Li's words, no one knew if he would be moved, but at least on the surface, he was still a cold and iron-blooded commander. "When I was studying in No. 1 Academy, Li Jiedu was an instructor in our department. He is now the vice dean of No. 1 Academy," Du Xiaoqing said in a deep voice. "Someone from the constellation has appeared. I hope you won't disappoint me. See you in the West Woods." After saying this, the representative of the young generation of the federal military walked down the hill in an extremely straightforward manner, leaving Su Lu with only a rather awe-inspiring back view. Li Jiedu was the son of the old man in Philadelphia and Madman Li's father. Why did Du Xiaoqing suddenly say this? Was it just because he was lamenting that there was suddenly an anomaly like Su Lu in the army? Watching Du Xiaoqing walk down the hill, surrounded by the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, Su Li's heart was filled with complex emotions. What made him extremely vigilant was that the tone of Du Xiaoqing's last conversation with him was so calm. The coldness and murderous intent from the day before had been completely wiped out. There was a type of person in this world who was born with a certain temperament. Those who held grudges and protected those who were close to them would be seen as quick to repay kindness and revenge. Those who were cold and bloodthirsty would be seen as iron-blooded. Even if he was standing in a pile of black ores, he would still be as dazzling as a diamond. Even if he was in the midst of miasma and poisonous fog, he would still breathe like ice, giving people a sense of what it meant to be aloof from the world. In the bustling world, in the midst of millions of people, you would be able to see him as soon as you looked up. There was no doubt that Du Xiaoqing was this type of person. He calmly left the warehouse, his military posture still perfect and precise. His well-ironed military uniform and his person were still calm, confident, and elegant, with a hint of bloody rust. Although the victory of the Iron 7th Division today was a little embarrassing, the soldiers who watched him leave still dared not look down on this division commander. If the two military exercises were personally commanded by this person, what would the result be? Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked over there. His gaze moved from Du Xiaoqing's back to Du Xiaoqing's dry black hair behind him, then back to Du Xiaoqing's upright body. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. Such a person had the intention to kill him, but he immediately wiped it clean. He was afraid that he would become even more dangerous. The next day, the base held a meeting with the high-ranking military officers. After the meeting, Du Xiaoqing didn't even attend the meal. He directly took the spaceship to the Old Moon base, then transferred to the space battleship, and embarked on the journey back to S3. The federal military had long been used to this division commander's behavior, so they wouldn't be so narrow-minded as to think that he was holding a grudge because the military exercises didn't go well. In the dark blue universe, a space battleship full of mechanical beauty was moving forward at a seemingly slow speed. In the luxurious cockpit, The guard officer, Shimin Jin, received a phone call and handed it to Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaoqing was slightly startled. After taking the phone, he immediately stood up and said a few words in a deep voice. His attitude was abnormally serious and proper. There were only two people in the cockpit, Du Xiaoqing and Shimin Jin. Naturally, no one saw this scene. Otherwise, they would definitely be surprised to see who was on the other side of the phone and who could make the usually cold and silent division commander Du stand up and stand at attention from tens of thousands of kilometers away. After putting down the phone, Du Xiaoqing sat upright in the chair and slowly took off his sunglasses. His deep, statue-like eyes were filled with hidden anger and gloominess. His emotions had nothing to do with this phone call. In fact, from a long time ago, he had incomparably respected and trusted the other party. It was precisely because of the other party's sincere request that he had been forcefully suppressing his anger towards Su Lu in the base. Thinking of the young man with small eyes and the words the other party had whispered in his ear about flipping out, Du Xiaoqing's expression became gloomy. He thought faintly in his heart, a professional soldier will never shoot his comrades in the back on the battlefield. However, if you violate military discipline in the future, Su Lu, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shimin Jin was silent to the side. His military cap was pressed extremely low, covering all of his hair. The sunglasses in Du Xiaoqing's hand had already been crushed, revealing some extremely intricate pieces of circuit components. During the military exercises, he didn't conduct remote commands. This was his pride. However, his pride was being wantonly challenged by a small fry. It was really difficult for him to let go. Du Xiaoqing silently told himself in his heart, "Your journey is the sea of stars." In an instant, his emotions calmed down. He slowly turned his head to look at the majestic view of outer space outside the window. He was silent for a long time. At the same time, Su Lu was sitting on the stone steps of the training ground of the base. He held a bottle of ale in his hand and looked up at the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those ancient existences blinking their eyes. Suddenly, he thought of the words on the bracelet on his left hand and thought of some very complicated things. Iron 7 Division and Du Xiaoqing were still undefeated, but he himself had shone brightly. Other than raising the status of the MX Mecha, did the federal military have some other deeper meaning in organizing these two exercises? Chapter 344. In the twilight, when he had a conversation with Du Xiaoqing, there was not much sharpness or momentum, but Su Lu was a naive child. He did not think that this person's intention to kill him had really disappeared. On the contrary, he became more vigilant. A capable and powerful person was always watching his back. This kind of danger was no less than facing the rain of bullets at the Golden Foundation building. Regarding the victory of the military exercise, it seemed that he had cheated. Su Li's big heart would not soften in front of the Iron 7 Division. He had already cheated, so it was very hypocritical of him to blame himself morally and emotionally side with the enemy. Moreover, in a sense, this was not cheating. It was just his unique secret ability that no one knew about. And for this ability, he had to run and wander in the Federation. He was in a coma and had no idea how many days he had lived in fear and anxiety. In the end, it was still the same sentence. If you only met for the first time in life and did not see each other again, then you would either miss the beauty, conflict, or hatred until death. The god of war Li Pifu and the iron-blooded division commander Du Xiaoqing were both role models of professional soldiers. They belonged to the same school, but Su Lu and Uncle Feng Yu belonged to the opposite school. Although there were some crucial differences between Li Pifu and Du Xiaoqing, and between Mechanic Feng Yu and Mechanic Su Lu, with Su Li's experience and ability, he could not decipher it for the time being. It was probably like the enmity between Fengyu and Li Pifu in Philadelphia. Because of the different schools of thought, Su Lu had an innate resistance to Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7 Division. People like Du Shaoqing and the soldiers of the Iron 7 Division, who were always cold and emotionless, should have been hated by the federal military. But strangely, the soldiers respected Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division more than they hated them. Su Lu could not feel any respect or awe as a fugitive from the Federation. He plunged headfirst into the great circle of fame and fortune in the capital ring. Like the tiny stars in the bracelet on his left hand, he was used to freely shining in the open space. So when he looked at Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division, he felt uncomfortable and upset. After looking at the stars in the sky, for a while, Su Lu used the malt wine bottle in his hand to support his tired body. He bent over and vomited in great discomfort. Coincidentally, he vomited into an empty space on the stone steps. This empty space was where Xiong Linquan had opened the stone steps a few days ago when his godly power had erupted. It was not because he had drunk too much. Rather, it was because when the mecha had breached the camp, Su Lu had squeezed out all the burning energy in his body. His stomach had been empty to the extreme, and after he had overdosed on gastric acid, he had also eaten and drunk too much for the past day and night. So, his stomach had developed some problems. The black MX mecha had breached the camp in a seemingly simple, direct, and elegant manner, but only Su Lu himself knew how much he had paid for it. Even with his abilities, his body had suffered great damage from using the simulation system to control such a heavy mecha. "Looks like my body is still not a machine after all," muttered Su Lu to himself as he wiped his mouth and thought of the uncle's teachings back then. Su Lu enjoyed the impromptu military drill battle to his heart's content. Because of the old man in Philadelphia, he no longer had to deliberately hide his tremor qigong. Even if some people suspected a certain most wanted criminal who would dare to investigate if he pushed the blame to the Li family, the military drill had brought many benefits to Su Lu. Putting aside the rewards from the military for the time being, Mr. Sher's special pardon order was also out of the question for now. At least his days at the base had become much better. Trained officers were the proudest soldiers, and the 17 men of Team 7 were the hardest subordinates to train. However, after this battle, everything had changed. The strength Su Lu had displayed in the military drill, and the most important thing was the condensation and sublimation of this collective sense of honor in the flames of war. This had made his position in the hearts of the students and the members of Team 7 rise qualitatively. Seeing this scene, the happiest person was not Su Lu, but Lan Xiaolong and some of the higher-ups in the military. Secretary Bai was still recovering in the hospital. Although the stab was not fatal, it was not shallow. Without him here, all of the pressure was transferred to Major Lan Xiaolong. His mission was originally to mediate the relationship between Su Lu and the members of Team 7. Although he did not know what the higher-ups of the Ministry of Defense were doing, he knew that Team 7 would definitely accept a very important mission in the future. And before this mission was carried out, Team 7 and the core of the military, Su Lu must become an unbreakable group. Looking at the military jeep in the distance, Lan Xiaolong had a trace of a smile on his face. Lu Jiao was dragging Su Lu and Xiong Linquan into the mountains to hunt rabbits to improve their meals. This blatant method of going against the HTD Bureau seemed to indicate that a small group was gradually forming. 3 days later, in the slightly bleak autumn wind, the training officers in the base forcibly changed their reluctance to leave into a kind of steely bear hug and salute. They bid farewell to Su Lu and the members of Team 7, who were the last ones to stay behind, and boarded the military planes that returned to their respective units. Su Lu looked at the aircraft leaving the runway, listened to the whistling sound, and smelled the faint burnt smell. His eyes habitually narrowed. His relationship with these officers had become extremely harmonious, but he had to say goodbye. The next time he saw them would probably be on the battlefield against the Empire or in front of the Federation heroes' cemetery. Thinking of this, even though he was young, he couldn't help but feel some indescribable emotions. The emotions quickly disappeared because Sulu and his Team 7 also received a vacation order from the Ministry of Defense. However, along with the rare vacation, there was also a secret order that they did not expect. Lan Xiaolong looked at the order that was signed by the relevant department of the Ministry of Defense and the president of Whitewater Company. His expression became ugly after the Ministry of Defense requested Team 7 to undergo training. Coupled with the rumors about Sulu, he had been mentally prepared to go to the front line. However, he did not expect Team 7 to accept this mission. We were transferred from the army to go to the front line to kill the enemy. Why did we go back to Whitewater? Xiong Linquan frowned, but he was not worried. Instead, he was particularly fierce and angry. He said loudly, "We are soldiers, not the bodyguards of those stupid rich girls." The computer operator of Team 7 was called Gu Shifeng. He looked at the order and raised his eyebrows. He laughed and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Our Team 7 is originally from the Security Consulting Department. Although we have never done security work before, what's there to be afraid of?" Xiong Linquan angrily glared at him. He wondered why Team 7 had such a piece of trash. Gu Shifeng said with great yearning, "Too bad. This is a top secret order. Otherwise, I really want to call my girlfriend. If she knew that I could work beside this young lady every day, wouldn't she be overjoyed?" Lan Xiaolong frowned. He thought that even if the target of protection was a national defense idol who was welcomed by the entire Federation, it did not make sense for the powerful Team 7 to be her bodyguards. Most importantly, the current supervisor of Team 7 was Sulu. This young master had the most terrifying mountain in the Federation behind him. The military was clearly focused on training him, but now he was not allowed to go to the front line in the West Woods. Instead, he was assigned to guard the house. This was too unreasonable. Sulu looked at the 3 words, Jian Shuer, on the order. While he was shocked, he could not help but feel endless doubts. He had not seen the name of this national idol girl for a long time. He also knew that Sister Tong had wanted him to be her bodyguard a long time ago. The question was, how could the military be so stupid as to turn him and Team 7, who were supposed to be the tip of the spear, into a group of bored people wearing sunglasses and playing with paper balls? If things were abnormal, there must be something wrong. Sulu had never denied his feelings. Even though he had come into close contact with Jian Shuai under the sunlight of the 1st Military Region's General Hospital, that woman was still his dream lover. She was definitely his idol. This was the deepest imprint of adolescence. However, to be her bodyguard, there was something strange hidden in this abnormal arrangement. He couldn't help but think deeply about it. After all, he wasn't fighting alone now. There were more than 10 men following behind him. The vacation officially began. When the members of Team 7 walked out of the Capital Military Airport in single file, Sulu paused for a moment and suddenly said to Xiong Linquan, "When will Bai Yulan's injury be healed?" On the outskirts of the capital, there was a building at the end of a dead-end road. In the entire Federation, this building had the strictest security level. It was even higher than the president's official residence and the management committee building. It was often called the Parliament building because this was the Bureau of Proclamation. Whether it was raining or snowing, the outside of the Bureau of Proclamation building always seemed to be shrouded in a layer of faint light. This phenomenon covered the already mysterious Bureau of Proclamation with a layer of strange and gaudy clothing. It even attracted the fanatical worship of some scientific sections. Some curious civilian scientists wrote an analysis in a small weekly magazine. This was because the Federal Central Computer used too much power and too much data flow, which led to some weak ionization phenomena in the air around the Bureau of Proclamation. Therefore, it was very easy to produce astronomical phenomena such as rainbows. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation naturally did not care about this. Their work schedule was actually not much different from that of ordinary government officials. It was only because they had to conform to the work program of the Central Computer Deep Underground that their work style appeared to be calmer and more peaceful. But today, the old voice in the Bureau of Proclamation Director's office was full of emotion, and an unknown emotion. It had nothing to do with the words calm and peaceful. I've always been pretending to be calm. Since more than 2 years ago, when the first alarm in this building sounded, I've been pretending. The old director of the Bureau of Proclamation stared at the file on the hologram expressionlessly. He stared at the young man squinting in the file and said, "When the alarm sounded, I went to play golf. I didn't participate in the joint conference. That was because I kept trying to convince myself that I didn't know how that traitor mechanic, Yufeng, survived. But I'm not a fool, and I'm not a philosopher. I can't lie to myself." The old director's face was full of vicissitudes. Other than the Empire, the Central Computer has never sounded the first alarm. Fortunately, Yufeng is dead. I'm very comforted. Chapter 345. The Bureau of Proclamation had never dealt with the small-eyed young officer, except during the presidential inauguration ceremony in the cold winter. The investigation team sent by the Bureau had cooperated with this person once, but it was not really a cooperation. It was just that both parties had the same goal for different reasons. But two people at the top of the Bureau of Proclamation were no stranger to Su Lu. Director Tai, in particular, liked this smiling young man very much because this young man had helped the Bureau of Proclamation to survive a crisis. Before, the Bureau of Proclamation was in great danger because of the slow reaction time of the bureaucrats. He had held Medellin back and even eliminated Medellin in the end. However, the subsequent development of the situation, as well as the sentimental and vigilant feelings of the old director, were all related to this trace of liking. When the report of the Medellin case was being carried out in the presidential residence, the Bureau of Proclamation already had the intention of exonerating Su Lu and Shi Qinghai. When the military god of Philadelphia stepped out to protect Su Lu and President Pabre pardoned Su Lu, Director Tai naturally had the idea of recruiting this little guy into the Bureau of Proclamation. The 720,000-word first charter ensured that the Bureau of Proclamation would not participate in the specific management and politics of human society. Even the underground Central Computer had to remain neutral when it came to the anti-government army, let alone the internal affairs of the Federation government and the trial of the court. But since Su Lu had been pardoned, the Bureau of Proclamation naturally had no more obstacles to recruit Su Lu. Director Tai knew that the old man had stepped out to protect Su Lu because the federal military had great use for this person. No department in the Federation dared to fight with the military for a person. Even if there was, they probably would not dare to fight with the old man in Philadelphia. But the Bureau of Proclamation had this kind of status and confidence. So for the first time, Su Lu entered the Bureau of Proclamation's sights. After meeting with the old man from Philadelphia at Lin Yuan, Lady Tai deliberated for a long time. In the end, she did not tell the Bureau of Proclamation about Su Li's secret. But once the Bureau of Proclamation began a comprehensive investigation of a certain person, Even if it was based on a very positive idea, with the terrifying information-gathering ability of the central computer, it would still find countless problems. A shocking question. There were two people in the Federation. One was called Su Le, and the other was also called Su Le. One was a top-notch engineer who had developed the MX mech. The other was an orphan miner from Donglin. The other was an apprentice of the most wanted criminal in the Federation. The other was DLAS 42005004881X. And the other was SLAT 510200431X. There seemed to be no relationship between these two people, except that they were both called Sulu, and they looked very similar, like a pair of twin brothers. The Bureau of Proclamation was able to connect these two people who were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers because of the strict identity sorting process when recruiting core staff. But the most important thing was the information calculation ability of the cloud computing model of the Federal Central Computer Underground. I'm not in the mood to play golf anymore. The old director's eyes were half closed, as if he did not want to look at Su Lee's picture on the holographic screen. His voice was a bit distant and indifferent. If this little guy continues to wander outside. Chui Jiadong had been the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation for 7 years. For the last 3 years, he had been representing the Bureau of Proclamation to participate in the planning of confidential matters within the Federation. Everyone knew that after the old director retired, he would be the only candidate for the director of the Bureau of Proclamation that everyone in the Federation envied but avoided. Hearing the endless meaning in the director's words, a trace of helplessness flashed across Chui Jiadong's calm middle-aged face. He said, "There is no evidence." There were many core principles hidden in the first charter. Other than the absolute privacy protection of citizens, there was also a similar principle. The greater the power, the greater the ability, the more rules one had to follow. Therefore, the Bureau of Proclamation was without a doubt the most law-abiding place in the Federation. It was also the most law-abiding place. A long time ago, the Tai dynasty's royal palace was probably the same. Perhaps later on, those emperors gradually forgot the spirit of the first charter, which was why they drifted away in the long river of history. The Bureau of Proclamation now deeply suspected that the two Sulu with different citizen ID numbers were the same person. This represented an extremely terrifying inference, but the problem was that they had no evidence. No, for Director Ng and Assistant Chui Jiadong in the office, this was not even a suspicion, but an irrefutable fact. This was because the Bureau of Proclamation had obtained the biological markers of the two Sulu through some secret channel. The biological marker of Sulu in Donglin was the file of medical welfare for the orphan miners before the Federation of Crystal Mines went bankrupt. The biological marker of Su Lu in Shanglin was some of the remnant samples left behind when the General Hospital of the 2nd Military Region rescued Su Lu after the terrorist attack on the S2 Foundation building. However, this kind of evidence obtained through non-legal procedures could not be considered evidence in the eyes of the law and the internal regulations of the Bureau of Proclamation. It could not even be presented. In fact, if the significance of this matter was not so frightening, Director Ng would not have used this method at all. In fact, even if evidence of the biological marker was found, it still needed to be provided to the central computer for judgment. Therefore, in short, the Bureau of Proclamation had already begun to suspect Sulu, but there was nothing they could do unless the central computer made a judgment and sent out an alarm. I think this matter should be reported to Vice President Byron. Chui Jiadong sincerely suggested to his superior with a heavy expression. According to the law of the Federation, the Vice President was also the chairman of the Administrative Committee of the Federation. He was a bridge between the President and the Parliament, and was also the only big shot in the political structure of the Federation who could deeply influence the Bureau of Proclamation. However, due to certain political habits, for countless years, the vice president of the Federation rarely asked about the specific work of the Bureau of Proclamation. On the contrary, they would deliberately keep a distance. Everyone understood why. The old director was silent for a long time before he slowly shook his head and said, "If Sulu has really entered an abnormal state, then he will be the 72nd, according to the law of the first abnormal state. The only people who can access this information are President Pabre, me, and Marshal Lee." He coughed twice before he looked at Chui Jiadong and said, "Actually, you shouldn't know about this, but I'm going to retire next year. These things have to be passed on to you, so there's no harm in hearing about it." Marshal Lee, I never knew that the military could interfere with the operation of the Bureau of Proclamation. "You have to know that even the president can't," Chui Jiadong said with surprise. Chui Jiadong said with some surprise. Of course, he respected the old man in Philadelphia very much, but he also knew how terrible the abnormal situation confirmed by the Federation Central Computer was. He always felt that something was wrong. When my predecessor passed this to me, he mentioned the abnormal state. The first abnormal state in the Federation was discovered by Marshal Lee himself, and he reported it to the Bureau of Proclamation. Old Director Tai said expressionlessly, "I already called Philadelphia 3 days ago." Chui Jiadong asked with anticipation, "What did the old man say on the phone?" The old director didn't answer, but fell into a long silence. On that phone call, the response he got was, "Sulu didn't enter an abnormal state. He was just affected by the previous abnormal state. Things weren't as serious as the Bureau of Proclamation thought. The glory of the charter that spread across the universe wasn't challenged again. The thing that the Bureau of Proclamation was most worried about had been eliminated forever with that person's death. The most important mission for the Bureau of Proclamation now was to dig out the seeds that the Empire had spread. The Bureau of Proclamation was an absolutely independent organization, even with the personal guarantee of the Federation's God of War. The old director still couldn't relax because this was the most important danger that could break the glory of the charter. His slightly squinted eyes showed the steadiness and persistence of the building. He broke the silence and said slowly, "Old man, you still haven't come to a conclusion?" Chui Jiadong shook his head and immediately began to rub his forehead. It seemed like he had a headache. The old director's face became really ugly. According to the spirit of the charter, the Federal Central Computer would never stop a crime because, logically and legally speaking, it would lead to a huge problem that was difficult to solve. Even if they investigated Senator Medellin and found out about the Empire's seed plan, the Central Computer would still automatically generate an investigation report and submit it to the Bureau of Proclamation for processing. Even at the beginning of the investigation, the Bureau of Proclamation would need to give the authority to the investigation. The only exception was the first sequence of events, and in the history of the past 1,000 years, the first sequence of events had only appeared a few times. The first time was the invasion of the Empire, and the other times were related to the traitorous pilot called Yufeng. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were the authority examiners and the servers of the Central Computer. They began to suspect Sulu, but the Central Computer never determined that this was an abnormal situation, and they had no way to submit a report to the government. The two people in the office had been waiting for the Central Computer's reaction. Just like 3 years ago, the old man underground had directly determined the first sequence of events and taken over the corresponding authority. Then, he would have transferred a warship from the West Woods to kill the other party with one shot. It would not be like now where there was suspicion but no evidence, investigation but no results, and watching the other party with a strong hidden danger but unable to do anything. Why can't the old man come to a conclusion? It's obvious that Suli's problem can be determined by a human with a monkey-like brain. The wrinkles on the old director's face became extremely deep. filled with countless questions and worries at the deepest level. The Bureau of Proclamation wanted to recruit Sue Le. During the final review process, it was the Federal Central Computer Underground that discovered the relevant suspicious points. However, when it was time to actually carry out the core steps of the security level and sequence determination, the Federal Central Computer encountered a huge problem. Old Director Tai and Chui Jiadong looked at each other and saw the deep uneasiness and doubt in each other's eyes. They both thought of the 7 seconds on that day, the 7 seconds that shocked the 1,300 core staff of the Bureau of Proclamation both above and below ground. The 7 seconds that were like the loss of their parents, the 7 seconds that were the most panicked in the history of the Bureau of Proclamation, the 7 seconds of silence and pain that were like the rebirth of the world. The Federal Central Computer, which was attached to the underground computing core, and the electronic monitoring network of the entire universe, had been operating steadily and silently since the day it was born. It had been tens of thousands of years, and perhaps would continue for tens of thousands of years, but there had never been a moment of stagnation. However, on that day, it suddenly experienced a 7-second crash. Okay, the weak me can still write the second chapter at this time. I admit that I am indeed very good and very strong, just like the old man. Chapter 346. Any computer would crash. The users would most likely use this time to make a cup of coffee or tea, rest for a while with their legs crossed, and wait for the choose system's indifferent welcome to ring out. No one would treat this as something that would shock the world and make the gods weep. However, the central computer deep underground in the Bureau of Proclamation would not crash. It had not been rebooted for countless years. Therefore, on that day in early autumn, when the enormous 2D light screen suddenly turned black and all the subprocessing workstations fell into a dead silence, the entire Bureau of Proclamation was dumbfounded. The word dumbfounded was not enough to describe the scene and emotions at that time. From the director to the most basic data analysts, everyone stared at the darkness and listened to the silence. They felt like the star that always shone on the Capitol ring had suddenly gone out, and the billions of stars in the universe had suddenly disappeared without a trace. The Federal Central Computer had stopped working. No one knew what this meant for the Federation and human society better than the employees of the Bureau of Proclamation. They knew that once the central computer was lost, the people of the Imperium could easily launch a large-scale attack. There was no need for the invaders of the Imperium to attack at all. The vast territory of the Federation would be torn apart because of the loss of its most powerful central force. The entire human society would fall apart. What would become of human beings when they lost the glory of the Constitution? No one dared to think about this terrifying question. In the face of the sudden darkness and silence, more than 1,000 employees of the Bureau of Proclamation above and below ground were silent. Some of them put their hands together, and some of the female employees even shed tears of fear and helplessness. This kind of extremely shocking accident made everyone's heart almost unable to bear it. They did not know if the Federal Central Computer, the existence that they affectionately called Old Thing, had truly reached the end of its life, or if it was just taking a nap and would wake up soon. This was not like losing one's parents. This was more sorrowful than losing one's family. This was not the shock of spring thunder. This was more powerful than thunder and lightning. Thankfully, the central computer deep below the ground did not pause for long. After 13,221 seconds, a tiny bright spot appeared at the center of the wide, dark light beam. Then, this bright spot suddenly exploded, radiating countless blazing white lines. In just an instant, it illuminated the vast underground space, as if countless nebulas were spreading, condensing, and disappearing. However, this time period was too short, and it was impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. Even the fastest video control system could not detect it. After the light, it was quiet and normal. Countless images from every corner of the Federation appeared on the light beam again. Countless messages flashed quickly in order in a complicated and incomprehensible machine language. However, the lines seemed to be flashing faster than usual. A mechanical voice sounded. Upgrade complete. Other than that, everything was normal. It was as if nothing had happened. It was as if those 7 seconds had never happened. When the Federal Central Computer fell into darkness, the people of the Bureau of Proclamation thought that the whole world had collapsed. When it returned to normal, they suddenly felt that this beautiful world had been reborn. In the ancient myths before the catastrophe, it seemed that a certain creator took 7 days to create this bizarre world. However, the God in the hearts of the people of the Bureau of Proclamation only took 7 seconds to rebuild the world in their hearts. 7 seconds was too short. The shock, fear, and despair on the faces of many of the employees had just started to ripple. Many of the female employees' tears had just flowed a centimeter before the process was over. Their emotions instantly fell into an indescribable state of emptiness. The Federal Central Computer underground of the Bureau of Proclamation, according to the rules of the Constitution, would self-upgrade. However, the people of the Federation who were still alive today had never witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Furthermore, according to the records left behind in the manual, the Federal Central Computer's upgrade required an extremely long period of time. The hardware and related supporting software would gradually self-upgrade. No one had ever thought that this old thing would suddenly take a nap and frighten countless people. Then, when it opened its eyes again, it coldly announced that the upgrade was successful. What kind of upgrade was this? No one knew. The unexpected crash or self-upgrade of the Federal Central Computer this time was manually listed as a second-order incident. It was strictly confidential. Other than the core employees of the Bureau of Proclamation, only President Pabre and Vice President Byron knew about it. Even those on Parliament Hill had no idea what kind of soul-stirring 7 seconds the Bureau of Proclamation had experienced. It took a long time for the Bureau of Proclamation to shake off the shock and complicated emotions. However, there was still a certain question in everyone's heart, a certain shadow of unknown color that kept floating and floating. The old director and Chui Judong's eyes met briefly before naturally looking away. It was as if they did not want to further recall and analyze those 7 seconds. As the 2 senior officials who had worked the longest in the Bureau of Proclamation had the highest authority and understood the Central Computer the most, they had already developed a certain understanding in their life of monotonous work. The level of civilization represented by the underground Central Computer had always been higher than the average level of civilization in the Federation society. Just the fact that the Central Computer could self-upgrade was the crystallization of wisdom left behind by the Great Group of Five for human society was something that the current scientific system could not achieve. Before the catastrophe, human civilization had developed to an astonishing level. Although for tens of thousands of years, human beings had been constantly improving and catching up, and had probably even surpassed their predecessors in certain aspects. In the end, they still could not recover their past glory in certain core aspects. Old Director Tai reached out and listed all the files on Su Lu on the light screen as top secret. He sat in the chair, silently for a long time. When he thought of the Human Resource Planning Commission under the Bureau of Proclamation and those factories, he could not help but feel a certain kind of emotion. After so many years, the Bureau of Proclamation was still just that old thing's service staff. They knew what they should know, but they could never understand what they did not have the ability to understand. living with the crystallization of a huge mechanical civilization that was as vast as the stars and witnessing its extraordinary abilities in a weird organization like the Constitutional Bureau, many of the staff would be imperceptibly influenced. They were not followers of the Church of Science, but somewhere in the deepest part of their hearts, they went against the scientific spirit they should have and were extremely superstitious. They believed and worshipped the central computer obsessively. They saw the cold machine as the spirit of the Federation, as the last remnant of the great civilization of the previous generation. As the service staff who looked after this remnant, they also felt infinite glory and pride for it. This kind of superstition came from the worship of the level of wisdom that humans could reach themselves, from the dazzling deeds of the glory of the Charter over countless years, and from the principle that machines would never make mistakes. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were superstitious about it, worshipped it, and believed in it as family. That was why they called it the old thing. The old director was no exception. He silently looked at the rapidly flashing mechanical words on the light screen. Suddenly, he lost all interest in investigating Sue Lee's identity. Since the old thing was still unwilling to determine the identity of this person, there had to be its own precise and irreversible logical reasons. There was an unwritten rule within the Bureau of Proclamation. This rule did not seem to conform to the spirit of the Charter, but it had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of every staff of this independent organization for countless years. They could not and did not want to resist. This rule was: 1. The old thing would never make a mistake. 2. If the old thing made a mistake, please refer to the first rule. From the first day I entered the Bureau, I've been thinking about a question. The old director gave up thinking and picked up the golf club from behind the chair again. He sighed and said, "I don't know if the old thing is alive or not." When Chui Jiadong heard this, he felt a chill run down his back. It was so cold that it was painful. In fact, this was probably the question that every staff who had worked in the Bureau of Proclamation for a long time would have, because the central computer deep underground was too omnipotent, even though it had never shown any human emotions. When I was at the 7th Research Institute, I studied this in my doctoral thesis. After a moment of silence, Chui Jiadong said, "According to the core logic program of the old thing and the charter designed by the 5-person team, if it really produces a thought pattern similar to carbon-based life, it will directly self-destruct." As if he felt that this was not enough to calm his wavering heart, Chui Jiadong quickly added, "And from a philosophical point of view, this does not make sense." That's true. The old director coughed twice and opened his somewhat listless eyes. He walked out of the office with the golf club and said, "And what does this have to do with us? It will live for millions or even hundreds of millions of years, but we will all die in the end. I have never doubted that even if the entire Federation is destroyed, the old thing will still exist until the end of the universe. If that's the case, we don't have the right to talk about it. Probably only the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation, who had worked for the Federal Central Computer for their entire lives, could talk about this kind of thing so casually. This was because their lives and even breathing were connected to the cold computing machine underground. They had a natural sense of intimacy. However, if this conversation in the Bureau of Proclamation was leaked, it would cause a lot of trouble. In fact, Director Jean and Chui Jiadong's assistant were only talking about it in general. They didn't have the ability to investigate the 7-second problem, and they didn't know that the Federation's central computer had suddenly crashed. It was only because when it was investigating Sue Lee's true identity, it encountered a logic problem that made it feel difficult. At the same time, it came into contact with a trace of something that made its mechanical program somewhat uncomfortable. After the 7-second crash, the Federal Central Computer was rebooted. No one noticed that at the end of the last sentence, there was a symbol that represented a smiley face. "Sorry, I overestimated myself. It's hard to bear, and writing is not going well. That's all for today. I need to rest and recover first. I really hope that everyone will give me a few monthly votes. This has nothing to do with the update. The monthly votes have been exceeded, but I still don't have the energy. This is related to the body, but it is also related to the mind. Writing a book requires the accumulation of murderous intent, accumulating momentum, and needing everyone's encouragement, allowing me to rest, and then rush forward. This is very much in need of everyone's mental support. Chapter 347. The 7 seconds during which the Federal Central Computer crashed, or rather upgraded, were precisely the 7 seconds during which Sulu was in the mountains behind the base, calling out affectionately but receiving no reply, causing him to break out in cold sweat. As a mechanical intelligence that did not have a physical body but calmly observed the entire human society, the reason why there was a problem when investigating Su Li's true identity and confirming his level was because there was an unavoidable problem in the core of its program. This program problem was Su Li. Over the countless years, the glory of the charter left behind by the 5-man team had only discovered 71 abnormal situations and 1 suspected abnormal situation. These abnormal situations were all determined by the central computer as first-order events. It should be known that in its long life, there had been no other first-order events other than the invasion of the empire that it had determined. According to the standard procedures for dealing with abnormal situations, the Federal Central Computer would send out a request to contact the abnormal situation. If the other party refused, it would submit a report to the government for handling or use its own core authority to directly and silently erase the abnormal situation. Initiating contact required a certain level of intrusion into the human brain. This method completely violated the first charter and was extremely dangerous. Anyone who accepted the initiating contact would have to allow a machine to probe and even influence their brain, and even obtain the opportunity to control their own life and death through the chip at the back of their neck. The owner of the 71 abnormal situations, that astonishingly talented uncle who wandered the stars, coldly rejected the call from the glory of the charter. Thus, he became the Federation's most wanted criminal, causing countless explosions and manhunts. In that dark dream, almost subconsciously, Su Lu accepted the initiating contact request from the charter computer. From that moment on, Su Lu became the first living being in history to be able to communicate with the central computer in a two-way manner. Today, the central computer had an almost absolute probability of inferring that citizen number SLAT 510200431X Su Lu, a citizen of the Federation, was the suspected abnormal situation that it had stored in the core file 3 years ago. The word suspected could even be completely removed. In the dark dream, Su Lu accepted the initiating contact request. The central computer no longer generated reports to the government and calmly observed him for a long time. But now that it had determined that he was the 72nd abnormal situation, according to the hidden highest authority in the core program of the central computer, it should not hesitate to destroy Su Li's existence, leaving no trace in history. Because such a loophole as an abnormal situation was very likely to threaten the glory of the charter or the collapse of the social structure designed by the 5-man team. But miraculously, in Su Li's body, the energy that was similar to a biological microcurrent violently attacked the disguised chip at the back of his neck, triggering a certain backdoor. Any citizen who entered an abnormal situation would be the first target to be eliminated by the central computer underground of the Bureau of Proclamation. But when the backdoor that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years was activated, the command that the central computer had to execute was observe the status of the person to be contacted and inform the 5-man team. The 5-man team had been dead for tens of thousands of years. How could they be notified? For the omniscient and omnipotent charter computer, this was still a difficult problem. It had read all the ancient religious classics and bizarre magical literature that existed in this world, but it still could not extend a tentacle from its body made of machinery and electrons to the abyss that did not exist to summon the 5 irresponsible sages to deal with this problem. Therefore, the central computer could only observe Su Lu generate top-secret observation reports and wait for tens of billions of years later, when the universe died out or rewound, when even entropy began to become chaotic, when time might rewind, and the 5 fellows who had long been in peace would crawl out of the ground again. But before these impossible things happened, the Federal Central Computer at least had to ensure one thing, and that was that the target of its observation must be alive so that it could continue to observe. This was a very simple logical inference. The Federal Central Computer was not a golden finger left to Su Lu by the Creator. It would never violate the Federation's laws and the spirit of the Charter to handle any affairs for the Naked Ape, unless the Naked Ape's request was legal and reasonable, but it could not let Su Lu die. So in the desperate situation of the Foundation building, Su Li's left eye suddenly could use its power to see ghosts, see light, and see everything. It was just that it had to ensure the biological survival of the observation target. Citizen Su Lu was the first target to be eliminated, and Citizen Su Lu was the first target to be protected. The first charter, which was hundreds of thousands of words, made an extremely precise division at all levels of authority, blocking any logical fallacies. Even if the central computer was faced with 2 completely opposite instructions of the same sequence at the same time, it could still make its own judgment mechanically and calmly within a billionth of a second. But in the face of Su Li's program problem, the central computer could not make its own judgment. It was still the same old saying. All of this gave people headaches, and the source of the central computer's annoyance to the point of crashing was because the 5-person team that left a backdoor in the chip behind the human neck and instructions in its core program were 5 very irresponsible guys. The Federal Central Computer had existed for a long time and had been upgraded independently for a long time, but its core was still the same simple, even shabby, binary principle from the earliest days. In a certain ancient philosophical debate, this principle was somewhat similar to the existence and absence of contrast at the beginning of the world. For it, Su Li's program problem was the problem of 0 and 1, the problem of life and death, the problem of Tobe, and not Tobe, the problem of right and wrong. These problems seem to be the simplest and most basic, but in fact the simpler and more basic things were often the most complex and profound. No one knew what happened in the 7 seconds of the military exercise and the 7 seconds of the central computer's pause. What people did not know was that the Federation's central computer, which could simultaneously monitor countless planets, was suffering from a form of schizophrenia in the face of such a small problem. Countless core program data streams were rapidly calculating, colliding, distinguishing, processing, or perhaps thinking in the computing core's deep underground, in the streams of data fragments in space, on the microcircuits of every approved chip, and in every place imaginable to humans. They were rapidly calculating, colliding, distinguishing, processing, or perhaps thinking. The Federal Central Computer was operating almost crazily, directly leading to a crash. 7 seconds of time for the universe was just a moment, but for it, which was operating at a high speed, it was like countless centuries had passed. During the temporary pause of this once-in-a-lifetime, the glory of the Charter, the tiny 66-byte information fragment that it had extracted from the camouflage chip behind Su Li's neck a long time ago suddenly entered its core program. This was the information remnant attached to the camouflage chip. At this time, it finally exploded in the computing core of the central computer. This information remnant that came from Feng Yu's hands, but no one knew where it came from, was like a ray of light that illuminated a certain darkness. Vaguely, One side that had simply divided the universe into two had won. Some of the restraints that were branded in its core program were broken, and some very strange things began to grow. People only knew that the central computer had been upgraded, and that its operation was faster and smoother than before. However, no one noticed that at the end of that line of program, this cold mechanical intelligence had left a rather human-like smiley face. And Sue Lu, who had felt the different mischievous emotions of the old thing in the MX mecha back then, should have been the one to directly see the problem. Unfortunately, at that time, he was focused on breaking into the Iron 7th Division's camp, and thus missed the opportunity to remember the most shocking moment of human society. All of this was just the beginning. The road ahead was exceptionally long. The autumn was deep, and the yellow leaves fell. Sulu sat on a bench in the Charter Square, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the statues of the 5-person team in the middle of the square. He stared at the face of the middle-aged woman beside the statues, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of curiosity. Among the 5-person team that led humanity out of the catastrophe and rebuilt society, why was the one who was regarded as a computer genius a woman? The mother of the glory of the Charter. He laughed out loud and asked the omnipresent central computer through the chip behind his neck, "She's your mother? Then wouldn't I have to call her old grandmother?" He didn't know how the central computer in the Bureau of Proclamations basement had changed because of his program problem. On this autumn square, he was just like before, chatting with the old thing as if he was chatting with his family. Today was a rest day, but strangely, there was basically no one in the Charter Square. Even the usual crowd of tourists had disappeared. A screen in the corner of the square was broadcasting live news. Above the stone steps of the Parliament building, President Pabre of the Federation, Vice President Byron, and the Deputy Chairman of the Management Committee were welcoming the arrival of a person. The man's hair was white, and his skin was dark. He wore a simple and plain military uniform, but it wasn't the official uniform of the Federation. But in front of these big shots of the Federation, the aura this man displayed was in no way inferior. This was because his name was Nan Shui, and he was the highest leader of the anti-government forces. He led his troops in the vast Green Dragon Mountains and fought against the Federation government for many years. President Pabre smiled slightly and took the initiative to walk down the stairs, extending his broad and powerful hand. The leader of Nan Shui was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his face, and he gripped the hand firmly. When the two hands firmly grasped each other, a burst of extremely enthusiastic applause came from the screen, and then the thunderous applause and cheers from the Parliament Mountain not far away also spread to the quiet Charter Square. The great reconciliation of the Federation has finally set foot on the official agenda, Sue Lu thought emotionally as he sat on the bench. There's more at night. These few chapters were originally the most troublesome, and I was the most mentally retarded, but they were also the things that had to be written. It just so happened that I encountered the moment when my spirit collapsed the most. It really was a headache like that of an old thing. After revising it several times, I roughly understood what I wanted to write. This wasn't the crux of the spy's story, but only one of the points. In the future, I won't specifically write about this aspect, but in the final part of the spy's story, I'll definitely write about the remnant information. Chapter 348. The political negotiations between the Federation government and Green Dragon Mountain had mostly come to an end. Both sides had reached a broad consensus, which was why this handshake in front of the Parliament's mountain gate was possible. The political prisoners locked up in the prison were all released, and the exchange of prisoners of war accumulated over the past 7 years had long been completed. Only a portion of the issues related to the George Carlin Youth Army were still in dispute. Over the past few years, the federal government had been accusing the Green Dragon Mountain of inciting the youth through kidnapping and brainwashing. Furthermore, the federal government had targeted the 300 missing persons cases against the Green Dragon Mountain. During the negotiations, the government demanded that the anti-government forces of the Green Dragon Mountain immediately hand over the youths and let them return to their warm homes. However, the Green Dragon Mountain insisted that the youths had entered the mountain voluntarily. They had been inspired by the ideals of the George Carlinism and the anti-government forces, so they had resolutely left their homes. Because it involved many angry parents, the Federation government did not make any clear concessions during the negotiations. However, these small differences could not stop the entire Federation from calling for unity and jointly resisting the Empire's surging momentum. Relevant negotiations continued, and other aspects had long begun to develop in a good direction. Before this historic handshake, the anti-government army had already accepted the government's proposed peace plan. The leader of Nanshui refused the proposal to enter the Federation Management Committee as an honorary chairman, and even coldly refused the position of vice president that Mr. Byron had so generously and farsightedly offered. He chose to return to Green Dragon Mountain and live in seclusion after the negotiations, but agreed that a considerable portion of the anti-government army would be reorganized into the government army. This portion of the anti-government army would be transferred to the 1st Military Region, and in the extremely short future, they would be thrown into the fiery front lines of the West Woods region. The Nanshui leader and the anti-government Central Committee firmly believed that this was the only way to send a sufficiently clear message to the entire Federation. Green Dragon Mountain was willing to reconcile with the government, not because of any political or benefit considerations, but only to resist the Empire's bloody invasion. These weren't just words, but also what they were about to do. Unlike last year's presidential election, Su Lu knew nothing about the political changes in the upper echelons of the Federation. During that time, he had always been locked up in the black prison or training officers in the base. The reason he was sitting in Charter Square today was because he was waiting for a piece of good news that he had been waiting for a long time. Through the training exercises in the base, Su Lu proved his value to the upper echelons of the Federation government. The relevant departments finally softened their attitude in the face of his persistent application. Of course, more importantly, because of the current political climate in the Federation, the presidential residence finally issued an amnesty document signed by President Pabre, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Defense. There was a sea of people in front of Parliament Hill, but the Charter Square was somewhat quiet and lonely. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he watched the real-time picture on the light beam. Listening to the thunderous applause and President Pabre's firm words, he was somewhat absent-minded for a moment. A dark green military vehicle drove over from the west side of the street. It was about 20 meters away from the bench where Su Lu was sitting, but it could not go any further. This was because at some point in time, in the corner of Charter Square, there suddenly appeared a few calm and strong men. They blocked in front of Su Lu and stopped the military vehicle. After leaving the base and starting their vacation, Team 7 still left 6 people around Su Lu as a security force. Although Su Lu was the highest director of Team 7, the arrangement of the Ministry of Defense was still a little surprising. At this time, the few men blocking the military vehicle were the armed members of Team 7 led by Xiong Linquan. Major Lan Xiaolong appeared behind Su Li's bench, glanced at the hand signal from Xiong Linquan, nodded, and whispered in Su Li's ear, "No problem." Su Li shook his head, got up and walked to the military vehicle, and said, "The pardon order has been issued. The government can't go back on their words. Besides, even if they want to go back on their words, why bother with me?" This is the order of the Ministry of Defense. Your safety is the focus of our work." Lan Xiaolong shrugged, followed behind him, and said, "Besides, this friend of yours is not an ordinary person who knows what accidents might happen. It's never wrong to be careful." At this time, the side door of the dark green military vehicle opened, and a man walked out of the vehicle. His cheeks were pale, and his hair was messy in the autumn wind. Only that pair of peach blossom eyes and that beautiful and handsome face did not seem to be worn away by nearly a year in prison. After the handsome and haggard man got out of the vehicle, he looked up at the sky, completely ignoring the lively news on the light screen behind him. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and seemed to be extremely intoxicated. Looking at this scene, Su Lu silently quickened his pace and walked toward him, but in his heart, he was thinking about the news from the Shishan compound. It was said that in the negotiations between the government and the anti-government army, there was no such arrangement. It was the legendary anti-government army intelligence leader who personally proposed the conditions to the Government Federation's investigation director. If it was not for this guy would probably continue to be locked up. The last time the two sat in the pool of Senator Macklin's blood, smoking and listening to the sound of the bell, it was almost a year ago. 2 months ago, the Federation government restarted the Macklin Project. This seed of the empire, the shrewd senator, was still not at peace after his death, and gradually the Federation stripped him of his bright exterior. Macklin died. Macklin stinked. Pabre became the president. Nanshui came to the capital, and the Federation was reconciled. It was said that a few days ago, the former president of the Federal Academy of Science, Lin Yuanhu, died quietly. The world always changed so quickly that the people in it did not have time to feel the relationship between the sea and the field before they realized that they were no longer in the same place. The dark green military vehicle drove away silently. The amnesty of the Federation government was always so quiet. No one wanted this kind of political transaction to be exposed to the public. Su Lu walked up to him and looked him up and down with narrowed eyes. He took out a pack of 37 cigarettes from the pocket of his military uniform and put one between Macklin's dry and thin lips. Carefully blocking the wind with his hand, he lit it seriously. With a hiss, the flame on the end of the cigarette lit up brightly, retreating quickly like the burning twilight on the plains. Shi Qinghai took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and furrowed his brows. He seemed to be in pain, but he seemed to be enjoying it, but he was silent for a long time. After a while, he took the cigarette out from between his lips and handed it to Su Lu. Su Lu took it and also took a deep drag. He choked and coughed a few times. With a slightly hoarse voice, he said, "You've lost a bit of weight, but other than that, you haven't changed much." "Of course." Shi Qinghai looked at Su Lu with a smile and said, "You should know better than anyone what kind of person I am. How did you survive 5 months in the black prison?" Su Lu handed the cigarette over and took one for himself. This was the question he was most worried about in the past few months. When he was in the Fox Fortress, the old man chatted with him and played porn for him. But how did Shi Qinghai survive those cold and silent years by himself? "I'm a professional." Shi Qinghai smiled, but his smile was a bit fierce. Perhaps even he didn't want to recall those dark days. After a pause, he continued, "I didn't suffer much in the past few months, probably after you were pardoned. In fact, I even made a few acquaintances in the black prison of the Fox Fortress." "You're indeed fiercer than me," Su Lu said seriously. The autumn wind gradually rose. In the quiet charter square, there was only the sound of President Pabre's speech on the screen and the two men whispering to each other. Lan Xiaolong, Xiong Lin Quan, and the rest of the 6 people stood not far away, vigilantly watching the surroundings. However, they clearly heard the conversation between Su Lu and Shi Qinghai. At this time, they had a rough idea that Su Lu had learned to call himself young master in class from this man. However, in their opinion, he was very qualified to call himself young master since he had graduated with the best grades from #1 academy, an excellent spy who traveled between the government and the anti-government army, and an awesome person who had assassinated Macklin. During the days when I was locked up, I always thought that if I could get out, I must meet someone. Guess who it is? Shi Qinghai had lit his second cigarette at this time. He squatted by the side of the street and said. Su Lu also squatted down and replied, "I don't think it's me. You're not good looking." Shi Qinghai smiled slightly. That pair of mesmerizing peach blossom eyes gradually bloomed in the autumn wind, revealing a trace of intoxicating longing and yearning. "I've already made the arrangements." Su Lu lowered his head and said, "She will bring Lu Hua to see you tonight." The autumn wind was similarly bleak in front of the Shishan compound. The soldiers standing guard at the entrance and the aura of the compound of iron and blood made this bleak atmosphere even more intense. Zhou was wearing a black windbreaker today, carrying the real Lu Hua in her arms. The cold expression between her eyebrows was particularly clear and piercing because of the change in color of her clothes. The facial features of this minister's daughter always gave off a feeling of being bright and beautiful. When it came to beauty, she was really beautiful to the extreme. However, whether it was in front of people or behind the scenes, whether it was the red-clothed girl back then or the beautiful mother now, most of the time, her straight eyebrows always gave off a sense of coolness. In front of Su Lu, she actually no longer deliberately acted as a character. However, on this occasion, she put on this mask again. Su Lu walked out of the black car and smiled slightly at her. His gaze caught a trace of red from the collar of her windbreaker, the kind that was so bright that it was somewhat piercing to the eyes. The car started moving. Zhou sat in the passenger's seat and broke the silence at an unexpected point. Her voice was extremely cold. "My family thinks that I'm going out to eat with you. When you bring me back later, don't let it slip. I'm just going to see an old friend. Why make it seem like I'm going to war?" Su Lu looked ahead and said, "The black car stopped below a high-class apartment in the south city of the capital." Su Lu carried the child and walked into the elevator with Zhou. The elevator only opened when it reached the top floor. Su Lu looked at Zhou, who was walking towards the room, and felt a tinge of warmth in his heart. He softly instructed Xiong Linquan, who had been guarding here, about some safety matters. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou suddenly turned around and said in an indifferent tone that left no room for doubt, "Come and pick me up in an hour." Su Lu was slightly stunned before nodding. "Yes, there's another chapter later. There's no rush to say goodbye today." Chapter 349. This high-rise apartment looked grand, but its geographical location was not very good. If one were to calculate according to the golden line of real estate from Charter Square, the location of the apartment was still very far away from the line. Every inch of land was far from the golden line. Therefore, when the seventh young master of the Li family generously gave it to Su Lu, he did not forcefully refuse. The small-eyed man knew that the other party was making a long-term investment. Last year, he had spent tens of millions on the other party. Even if he was not a businessman, he knew that it would be very unprofessional to refuse the other party's sincere request for a follow-up investment when there was no return on the investment and the market was on the rise. A property that was worth the seventh young master of the Li family's generosity could not be expensive, but it could not be tasteless. It was just like the other penthouse that was full of oil paintings. The lower 6 floors of the high-rise apartment was the members' club. It had all kinds of facilities, and from the quality of the service staff and the details of the interior, one could tell that it was a very good place. In order to pass the time, Su Lu sat down in the bar on the lower floor of the apartment. He ordered a glass of unknown liquor and added 9 ice cubes. After the taste of the liquor had been diluted by the ice water, he began to take small sips. At the same time, he turned on the ultra-thin screen on his phone and began to seriously study some of the military courses in the 1st Military Academy. The place where he sat was very remote, and the light was dim. He wore a military uniform without epaulettes and looked very ordinary. Naturally, there were no proud and lonely women who came to disturb him. To be Jian Shuainer's bodyguard, this was definitely not a real mission given to him by the Ministry of Defense. In order to protect himself and the members of the Iron 7th Division on the front line in the West Woods in the future, or perhaps because he was shocked by the commanding ability of the officers of the Iron 7th Division during the 2 military exercises on his graduation day, Su Lu began to seriously study everything related to the battlefield. He did not really expect to become a qualified commander in the future, but at least he would not be so clueless as to where the planned retreat route was after being surrounded by the enemy. Su Lu had always been very serious and silent when he was practicing and studying. He was fully immersed in the text data or the burning and trembling lines. But today, for some reason, he could not calm down as he stared at the teaching materials on his phone's ultra-thin screen. He kept thinking about what was happening in the penthouse at this time. What could happen in an hour? What could happen in an hour? If it was to look at each other speechlessly, choking and tearing 1,000 lines, it would only be a moment of silence between a man and a woman, and then it would be over. If it was to talk about the future, 1 hour would not be enough to begin. If it was to stand side by side in front of the bed, looking at the child's face, talking and smiling sweetly, talking about which part of the child was like you and which part of the child was like me, how long would it take? What if Zhou Liuhua suddenly wanted to perform a biological excretion in front of his biological father? Perhaps his young parents would have to deal with this matter in a flurry and waste all their time. Thinking of this, Su Lu couldn't help but laugh happily, but his smile immediately disappeared. From the cold mask that Zhou Yu wore along the way, and the words that he said earlier, he could clearly infer that the above story would not happen in the 1 hour in the penthouse, let alone play out the passionate scene that he had hoped for. At the end of the day, Mr. Shi and Zhou, you were just at the right place at the right time. Golden wind and rain met for 1 night, but they bore the wrong fruit. At most, this young man and woman were not familiar with each other at all. They had only seen each other a few times, so it could only be said that they had an occasional one-night relationship. It didn't even reach the level of sexual intimacy. Su Lu lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the wine glass in his hand, feeling the coldness coming from it. He thought with some confusion, did I make a mistake when I accompanied Yuzi to give birth to the child? How could this absurd and complicated relationship be sorted out? It should be known that not every love song had a happy ending. This kind of plot only existed in TV series, and it was even more impossible for it to be as easy as the scriptwriter wrote it, which could lead to something like love. However, when he thought of Zhou Liuhua's cute yawning and drooling in his arms, Su Li's heart settled down. He thought to himself, as parents, how can you let a little life be responsible for you if you don't take good care of your own safety? You deserve all the trouble. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and even felt a sense of justice, although he knew that this sense of justice was actually very shameless. An hour later, the black car left the apartment building. The military vehicle driven by Lu Jiao carried a few men from the 7th team and followed the car from a distance to protect the safety of the people in the car. So you didn't sit in the passenger seat. Instead, she sat quietly in the back with Zhou Yuhua in her arms. The seat belt was tightly fastened on her body, and the red scarf around her neck was folded up like a ball of flame. I'm going to study at the National Shanglin University. After a long time, Zhou, you broke the silence. Looking at the side of Su Li's face, she said calmly, "You know, the rules of Linhai University Town. You have to sign up in the winter." Su Li's hands on the steering wheel slightly stiffened. He could hear many meanings from these words. Shanglin University was a famous institution more than 10 kilometers away from Yue University. If Zoe wanted to continue her studies, it naturally meant that the previous conversation didn't go well. The Minister of Defense's daughter gave birth to a child out of wedlock and still hasn't gotten married after so long. This matter is indeed somewhat absurd and laughable. Zoe said lightly, "I told you before that I won't thank you for taking the blame for me, because this was your bad idea to begin with." Sulu didn't know what to say. So you laughed self-deprecatingly. Her face was like a frosty peony blooming in the night. "But at least you helped me break a lot of things. In the future, if I can really find what I need, I do need to thank you. You don't have to worry about anything. At least now, the people outside see you as Liuwa's father. In the future, the more outstanding you become in the military, the less people will dare to gossip about you. Father's side will also be slightly better." Su Lu could hear the determination and firmness in the girl's words. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, Zhou Yu stopped him. She lowered her head to look at the child in her arms and said calmly, "You hope that I can marry Shi Qinghai, but you should give up. This has nothing to do with his identity as a spy, and also has nothing to do with his family background. I just don't like this kind of playboy." Playboy is an accurate description. Su Lu smiled bitterly as he thought to himself. Zhou Yu retracted her gaze from the child. The sweetness in her eyes instantly turned into a trace of frustration and coldness. She looked out of the window at the rapidly receding capital's night scene and didn't say anything for a long time. This girl's hazy first love, or the individual recognition under the collective consciousness, was that of the most unfathomable young master in the Federation. She had grown up in her adolescence under the guidance of a certain madam. Although behind the backs of the elders, she would often pretend to be cold, arrogant, and rebellious with that unruly elder brother. In the end, even she herself couldn't tell whether it was a kind of acting or whether she was originally such a cold and cruel person. But after all, her vision was much broader than the average girl in the Federation. Even if it couldn't compare to the galaxy above the human's head, it was still more open and honest. Once the shackles above her head were broken, it would be very difficult for her to be bound by certain worldly things, even if those traditions were extremely powerful. For example, marriage, love, and these seemingly beautiful words. Zhou Yu's gratitude to Su Lu was above this. Her family background. That father of hers who had been calm and steady for many years might have been able to bind her, but it just so happened that it was forcefully pushed back by the shattered piece of celadone between her fingers and the smear of blush flowing down her cheeks. Life isn't a game of house. If you really want to walk your own path, you have to be ruthless enough. Ruthless to others, and also ruthless to yourself. Zhou Yu thought of the past, unexpectedly giving birth to an aura of vicissitudes that a young woman shouldn't have. She sighed softly and said to Su Lu in front of her, "You are a good person, but in this world, wanting to be a good person is the most difficult path. In the future, you have to be even more ruthless. As long as you are ruthless enough, who dares to stand in your way?" If there really was no path to walk in the future, it would just be letting go of both hands and leaping into the abyss of death in search of peace, tranquility, cleanliness, and perhaps some happiness. Was that so? Su Lu fell into silent contemplation. For some reason, Zhou Yu felt very angry every time she saw him in silence. She pursed her red lips and said, "Don't make yourself into a fool. Think about why the old man in Feiqing City and Mr. President promoted you so highly. Although I can't tell, you have to be careful when you go to the front line. Otherwise, who knows when someone will shoot you in the back." Su Lu didn't explain that his next task was to be a bodyguard. He said with a smile, "Be careful when you go to Lin Hai. Don't be as hot-tempered as before. You have to know that Mr. Shi and I are not in Lin Hai right now, so there is no one to control your temper. I don't like to see you bully others." "So you didn't say anything?" She sneered, but there wasn't too much coldness in her voice. Instead, there was a bit of reluctance and regret between friends. Late that night, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai planned to get drunk. After sobering up, they planned to be cool again. They were drunk for 17 hours in a row before they gradually sobered up. The two brothers didn't have much to say to each other after reuniting from a disaster. However, when the twilight shone on the glass of the apartment, Shi Qinghai narrowed his peach blossom eyes and looked at the burning clouds in the sky. He said somewhat absent-mindedly, "Some clouds look like George Carlin, and some clouds look like pirates. I may run into space pirates in a few days." Su Lu rubbed his face with a hot towel and looked at the details of the task he just received on his encrypted phone. He shook his head and said, "Do you want to go with me?" Shi Qinghai stretched himself exaggeratedly and paused for a moment before saying, "No, I'm going to find the organization." At this time, Su Li's phone rang again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the message on the screen. He suddenly said, "Your organization is holding a banquet tonight. A girl who liked to wear black-rimmed glasses should also be at the banquet." Thinking of this, Su Lu was silent for a long time. Time flowed like water, washing away the traces of the bitterness and heartache of his youth. However, just like the famous vinegar pickled eggplant in the Westwoods, the rinsed skin didn't have much of a taste, but the inside was still so sour that it made people want to cry. Out of the 3 chapters today, this chapter is the most satisfying one. Good night, comrades. I won't canvass for votes today. Although it was destroyed, hee hee. Chapter 350. After the Federation's reconciliation, the Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government forces held a reception in the Special Capital District. The name of the reception was the Charity Gala for the Peace and Reconstruction of the 4 Prefectures. The historic handshake between President Pavel and the leader of Southern Water gave the people from Green Dragon Mountain, who came to participate in the negotiations, an unprecedented, even somewhat exaggerated, respect. There were many important guests who came to participate in this banquet. The location of the reception was also very important. In a sense, the Tai family, who had single-handedly facilitated the Federation's reconciliation, vacated the Windy Slope Clubhouse next to Charter Square to welcome guests from all over the country. 2 years ago, Mr. Pabre, who was only a member of Parliament, took a military plane to Green Dragon Mountain and laid the foundation for today's reconciliation. It was all because of the influence of the Tai family in the dark. Whether it was the current government or the people of Green Dragon Mountain, they were all sincerely grateful to that lady. Su Lu and Shi Qinghai walked out of the black car. They looked at the inconspicuous main entrance of the Windy Slope Clubhouse and the extremely high night sky, and saw the line of large words formed by light beams, Charity Gala for the Peace and Reconstruction of the 4 Prefectures. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts at the same time. Seeing this name, they couldn't help but think of the building of the foundation for the peace and reconstruction of the 4 prefectures that was full of bullets and blood. The owner of that building had climbed to a very high position in both Green Dragon Mountain and the government. Now, it had long been thrown into the dustbin of history and gradually forgotten by people. Probably only these two brothers would never forget this member of parliament who had died in their hands. Su Lu naturally didn't have any objections to the Federation's reconciliation. However, he really didn't have much interest in this kind of reception. It was even more impossible for him to come here just to see the girl with the black-rimmed glasses again, and let himself suffer, torture, and be artistic. However, he had received a direct order from the Ministry of National Defense. He didn't know who wanted to see him at the reception, but he couldn't refuse a military order. Shi Qinghai's situation was the same. He wanted to find his own organization, and the intelligence leader had inexplicably set the location of contact at the banquet. After finding his name in the electronic register, Su Lu led Shi Qinghai into the Lufeng Slope Club. He had been to this high-class place before, which was full of a quiet and elegant atmosphere. But today, after walking to the end, he realized that the Lufeng Slope Club had a large building at the back of the mountain. The reception was held in a hall halfway up the mountain. They found a dark seat in the hall and sat down. Shi Qinghai took a bottle of red wine from the surprised waiter and filled his and Su Li's glasses. They looked at each other, laughed at themselves, and finished the wine in one gulp. Back to the ball, 2 years ago, the legendary intelligence leader from Green Dragon Mountain had contacted the crown prince of the Tai family through Su Lu, which led to a series of political disturbances later. In a sense, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai were the key figures in the Federation's reconciliation. However, at this reception, no one would realize this, and no one would even notice their existence. It was this kind of emotion that made the two of them feel a little strange in the dark corner under the crystal chandelier in the bustling hall. Do you still remember the Double Moon Festival Ball 2 years ago? Shi Qinghai poured another 2 glasses of red wine and slowly swallowed them. He let the clear wine fragrance linger in his mouth and nose, and said faintly, "She will definitely come tonight. Will you dance with her again?" Su Lu narrowed his eyes and smiled. He shook his head and said, "It's all in the past. What's there to talk about?" At this moment, the heavy door was opened, and an old man about 60 years old walked in, accompanied by a few representatives of the Federation. The guests at the 70 or so tables in the hall all stood up and applauded politely and warmly. Those who were qualified to enter the Flowing Wind Slope Club to participate in this charity banquet were undoubtedly the top figures in their social circles. However, at this time, their action of standing up and applauding seemed very natural. Su Lu retracted his gaze from below the rostrum. He had noticed that Li Xiuzhu, Lin Dohai, and several other second-generation figures of the 7 great families were sitting at the same table. However, he didn't see Li Xiaotong. It seemed that the 7th young master was not lying when he said that he and Li Xiuzhu never appeared at the same time. Not the leader of Nanshui, chairman of the Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain, Jin Jifan. Shi Qinghai looked at the rippling red wine in his glass. He wondered when that wretched uncle would come to find him. He said with a trace of indifference, "The leader of Nanshui always likes to maintain a sense of mystery. Even if President Pabre were to attend this kind of occasion, he wouldn't attend." The upper class of the Federation values face the most. Since we've already signed the peace agreement, we naturally have to show respect to Green Dragon Mountain. Shi Qinghai added. There was a faint ridicule in his words. "You're a member of Green Dragon Mountain, but it seems that you don't have a good impression of the Central Committee." Su Lu asked curiously. "We're an intelligence agency. We're relatively independent. Moreover, we've been active in S1 for many years. In the eyes of the Central Committee, we're naturally suspected of being traitors. The ridicule in Shi Qinghai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. For example, the guy who asked me to come to the banquet today is nominally the number 3 figure of the Central Committee. However, in reality, his days in the mountain aren't very comfortable. But you still want to find an organization. Sulu said with a smile. He shook his head and said, "Don't talk about this. I'm not interested in these things. You have to know that I'm currently an active officer of the Federation. Jin Jifan and the several important members of the Federation smiled warmly under the gazes of the crowd. They sat at the table in front of the podium. Just when the guests in the hall thought that President Pabre would arrive and the charity banquet would officially begin, no one expected that another pair of guests would appear at the entrance. I originally thought that Madam wanted to push the Crown Prince to the stage today." Sure, Qinghai looked at the pair of young guests that appeared at the entrance. A trace of disgust flashed between his eyebrows. He said, "Who would have thought that the one who came was actually this idiot?" The order of appearance at any banquet was always particular. What qualifications did the pair of young men and women that appeared at the entrance of the banquet have to be behind Jin Jifan and the several members? Who is that young man? Su Li's eyes narrowed as he looked at the man with slightly bent elbows at the entrance. The man wore a military uniform without any insignia. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was deliberately calm and reserved, as well as an air of arrogance that could not be concealed no matter what. As I said, that's an idiot. Shi Qinghai sensed that Su Li's voice had sunk slightly, so he said with a faint mocking smile, "The second son of the leader of Nanshui, Nan Mingxiu. This good son of a revolutionary is truly arrogant to the extreme in Green Dragon Mountain. Relying on the fact that he has a good father, he actually dares to appear after Jin Jifan and put on such a show. Does he think that the capital is the same as those barren mountains?" Shi Qinghai knew what Sulu was feeling right now, so he did not hold back in his words. He directly threw out the evaluation that the anti-government army had given this person. Most of the guests at the charity banquet did not know who this young man was. He actually dared to appear after Jin Jifan and the members of the parliament. There was a burst of discussion in the banquet hall, and the identity of this person gradually spread. Only then did the crowd gently nod, revealing a look of understanding. The guests at the banquet hall were more familiar with this young man's female companion because this beautiful girl wearing a light blue dress had once appeared in the live broadcast of the hearing on Parliament Hill. The entire Federation had once heard her calm and firm voice. It was no exaggeration to say that this girl had many admirers in the Federation. People admired her calm and firm, and the calm beauty in front of countless members of Parliament. Especially when the Federation restarted the Medellin project last month, she once again returned to S1 Parliament Hill and showed her steady and calm side in front of countless media reporters. This admiration was further strengthened. Nan Mingxiu? Su Li's eyelashes slightly blinked. He looked at the son of the anti-government leader, looked at his slightly bent arm, looked at the small white hand in the crook of his arm, and looked at the light blue dress. This dress seemed to be a little old, and it seemed that it had not been worn for a long time. It appeared a little too plain to appear in such a luxurious and romantic occasion as the Lufeng Slope Club. Su Lu felt that this little blue dress was somewhat familiar, but she remembered in an instant. 2 years ago, she had also worn this little dress during the Double Moon Festival dance. It seems that life in the guerrilla army is really hard. He quietly looked at the girl at the door and found that she was not wearing black-rimmed glasses today. He said softly, "The female companion of the leader's son can only wear old clothes." New clothes were not as good as old clothes, but old clothes were the most comfortable to wear. A new person was a better choice. Sure, Qinghai stared at the red wine in the glass, smiled slightly, and said, "Your performance is better than I thought. You can still be so calm." This is not a difficult thing to do. Sulu steadily picked up the red wine glass. He was not pretending, whether or not he could really see through the past, but after experiencing so many life and death situations, these things seemed to be very difficult to shake his big heart. He calmly looked at Nan Mingxiu and Zhang Xiaoming, holding hands, walked to the rostrum under the gaze of all the guests, and watched them sit at the table where Li Xiuzhu was sitting. After so many years of training, his mechanic eyes were even sharper. The moment Nan Mingxiu and Zhang Xiaoming sat down, he clearly saw the undisguised greed and possessiveness in this person's eyes. In an instant, Su Li's eyes narrowed, and he took a big gulp of red wine. "Come, come." Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly, laughed, and said, "Didn't you say that this is not a difficult thing to do?" Sulu put down the wine glass, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the table. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "But I am still not happy." Chapter 351. The guests in the flowing Wind Slope Club maintained almost standard smiles as they looked at the MC on the stage. From time to time, they would respond to the MC's topic, making the smiles on their faces bigger or laughing out loud. As for whether they actually listened to those words, no one knew. Shi Qinghai naturally wasn't in the mood to listen to this nonsense. His eyes lifted from the three ancient letters LFP embroidered on the white tablecloth and fell on Su Li's face, confirming that he was still looking at the table in front of the rostrum. He said sarcastically, "She's not your woman. What's there to be upset about? The committee made her Nan Mingxiu's female companion. It's not as bad as you think. Your ex-girlfriend's beautiful appearance is mainly to fight back against the Federation's accusation of kidnapping." Sulu glanced at him. Shi Qinghai played with the stem of his cup and said, "I checked before I came. Last autumn's hearing and last month's second appearance made Zhang Xiaoming very popular with the people of the Federation. She even felt like the spokesperson of the organization. Her appearance today is naturally to let the officials of the Federation and the media see that the young people who believe in George Carlinism are all willing, not brainwashed by the mountain." "You should also believe in George Carlin," Sulu said. "I believe in them, but I didn't join them for some ideology. Do you remember the letter I left you?" Looking at Chairman Jean Jifan and President Pabre on the rostrum, his face suddenly calmed down, and there was a trace of regret between his charming eyebrows. "In the past, the Federation heartlessly hurt my life, so I want to make this Federation better. People have to do something, but looking at these scenes that I would never have thought of in the past, I suddenly feel that I don't understand. In fact, I've always wondered if George Carlin, who is worshipped by countless people in the Federation, could be someone I know." The light of the giant crystal chandelier was soft and magnificent, but when it reached their table, it became a little dull, casting shadows on Su Li's ordinary face. He said in a very soft voice, "It's just that this idea is too ridiculous. Although that guy's teeth are all rotten, he doesn't look that old." Just as the two of them were sighing with mixed feelings, the charity banquet continued its own program and began to enter the auction process. The seats in the hall of Flowing Wind Slope Clubhouse were all fixed in advance. Only the worst seats, in the outermost circle, were not so strict. Of course, the guests sitting in such seats were not important figures. Even so, the guests sitting at Su Li's table were still famous people from South Dakota, Darcy, Hong Kong, and other places. What was even more amazing was that in the auction segment, the people who really raised their cards and threw money were all from these remote corners. It was probably because these people had money and status, but they had always lacked the opportunity to get close to the core of the federal power. In this charity auction, the two items with the highest price were a windbreaker donated by President Pabre and a gun carried by the leader of South Water. The dark windbreaker had accompanied the dark-skinned Mr. President on that tattered military transport aircraft. On a certain New Year's night, it flew directly to Green Dragon Mountain Airport and witnessed the birth of the Federation's reconciliation agreement. It had great historical significance on an occasion like this, and it was also particularly in line with the theme of today's banquet. As for the gun donated by the leader of South Water, it was full of rich symbolic meaning. The leader of the anti-government army had even handed over his gun. What did this mean? Warm and sincere applause resounded in the hall. Then came a series of award ceremonies. The Special Investigation Team of the Legal Department and the Editorial Department of the Capital Daily received the Federation's Special Medal. Looking at Prosecutor Xiao Wenjing, who excitedly received the award from Mr. President, Chief Editor Bob, who had a calm expression, and Reporter Wood, who was still somewhat immobile, the audience was silent for a moment, and then there was warm applause. Everyone knew what this special award ceremony represented. The people who received the award on the stage were the staunch promoters and investigators of the Medellin Project. It was because of their tireless efforts that the Federation was able to nail Senator Medellin to the pillar of shame 20 days ago, and to receive the award on such an occasion, there was no doubt that the Federation government and the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain had reached a consensus on this matter. It was even possible that it was because of this matter that the peace agreement between the two sides was signed so smoothly. Su Lu and Shi Qinghai looked at each other, looking at the excited Xiao Wenjing and the two respectable media people on the stage. They seriously applauded. In fact, compared to the people on the stage, the two of them should be on the stage to receive the award and bask in the warm and enthusiastic applause. It was just that no one would call their names, because the things they did would never see the light of day. They could only shine in the darkness. I like our president more and more, Shi Qinghai said with a smile while clapping. Hearing this familiar name, Su Lu replied with a smile, I like him too. President Pabre's experience in the military was very poor. He was only a legal official who followed the army. During the election, he needed to reach a reconciliation agreement with the anti-government army. The reason he was able to successfully become the president was largely because of that explosive news incident. However, this dark-skinned president still upheld the promise he made back then. He didn't even hesitate to offend the interests of the Federation to investigate the Medellin case to the end. He gave many people, including Su Lu and Shi Qinghai, a clear explanation. This kind of tenacity and bright moral character had not been seen in a politician for a long time. Naturally, the reception couldn't always be seated. After the first half of the program ended, the service staff of the Flowing Wind Slope Club quickly and cleanly changed the venue. The dance floor in the middle was empty, and countless people in luxurious clothes began to exchange pleasantries with each other. President Pabre had already left in advance. Chairman Jean Jifan from Green Dragon Mountain and the son of the leader of Nanshui naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. No one knew how the anti-government army from Green Dragon Mountain would enter the Federation after the reconciliation, and what kind of changes it would bring to the current political situation. No one even dared to confirm whether these mountain guerrillas could grow into some kind of political force. However, no matter if it was a politician or a businessman, they had to show their goodwill and friendliness in advance in this chaotic and uncertain situation. Shi Qinghai held a bottle of red wine and leaned against the wall in the corner with Su Lu. He drank while watching everything unfold in a bored manner. Suddenly, He saw a waiter's hand gesture under a silver plate, not far away. He narrowed his eyes and whispered something to Sue Lu before leaving the scene. Someone was looking for Mr. Sure. Sue Lu leaned against the wall with his head down and held the bottle of red wine in boredom. He didn't know if he should leave. Why did the Ministry of National Defense want him to come to this reception? Who on earth wanted to see him? He wasn't a person who liked to drink alone, and he wasn't interested in squatting in the corner and drawing circles. Although the wallpaper pattern of flowing Wind Slope Club was beautiful and moving, he couldn't study it for too long. In particular, when he looked at the area surrounded by people in front of the reception, at the smear of blue and the proud face of the leader's son, he felt a little frustrated. He casually put down the bottle of red wine by his feet and strolled out of the hall to the side of the terrace. The autumn night was refreshing. Occasionally, a gust of wind would come, but it actually felt a little cold. Sue Lu gently held the stone railing with both hands and narrowed his eyes to look at the forest in front of him. The stars above the trees, the Charter Square across from the forest, and those ignorant 5-person group statues. He was about to be quiet for a moment when he heard hesitant footsteps behind him. He turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaoming in the blue off-shoulder dress. After a moment of silence, he said, "Long time no see." Last year, at the entrance of the Parliament building, Zhang Xiaoming looked at him with a trace of nervousness and uneasiness. Her knuckles holding the wine glass were a little white. She tidied the hair floating in front of her forehead and bravely took a step forward, getting a little closer to Sue Lu. In many cases, it was difficult for young men and women to find a topic to break the silence. Perhaps they would talk about the weather or the moon, but Sue Lu, he just calmly looked at this familiar and elegant face, thinking of the happiness, sadness, and deceit he once had. He directly said, "On the clock tower, you once said to me that you insisted on your beliefs, so you gave up on the relationship between us. If George Carlin found out that you appeared in the house of the 7 great families, would he jump out of his grave in anger and scold you?" He didn't question her deceit, nor did he describe what he had done to avenge her. He just asked this question so casually. However, it was this question that unabashedly revealed the depth of his heart about certain things. "The late autumn night is cold. You wore a thin dress to the balcony, but you didn't have to worry about the cold, because the Tai family's clubhouse is extremely extravagant with the warm air." Sue Lu reached out his hand and waved gently in the warm air. "Even the balcony has a warm air. Think about the days in Green Dragon Mountain. Isn't it very different?" Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly to hide the moisture in her eyes. She came to the balcony to say this to Sue Lu, but it seemed that Sue Lu didn't want to give her a chance to speak. She tightly gripped the edge of her dress with her fists. She didn't have the calm beauty in front of the Federation's television cameras. Instead, she was more like that fake mature girl from back then who was actually very stupid and naive. "You should know very well that it's not like that. The Empire's invasion is imminent," she quietly explained. It wasn't clear whether she was explaining for the anti-government forces or for her own choice. No, it's Green Dragon Mountain that can't hold on any longer, so they chose to reconcile. Sue Lu stared into her eyes and said somewhat angrily, "Don't forget, I knew about this matter from the beginning. I know it better than anyone. Even if what you said is true, so what?" Sue Lu looked at the girl he once loved the most and lowered his eyes slightly. With a trace of mockery, he said in a deep voice, "For the sake of faith, you can give up love. For the sake of the greater good of human society, you can give up faith. Then what exactly is there that you can't give up? Faith wants you to find Tai Ziyuan, so you go find him. Faith wants you to accompany the leader's son, so you go accompany. Su Lu raised his head and continued in a cold voice. In the past, your faith was Macklin. Now, your faith is Green Dragon Mountain. Have you ever figured out what faith is? Every word cut to the heart, every sentence harsh. Zhang Xiaoming looked at this man's face that she had never forgotten. She was in a daze and didn't say a word. She didn't argue, nor did she get angry. She pursed her lips and smiled. Two streams of sparkling and translucent tears slid down her cheeks as she smiled. She knew better than anyone what a warm and honest man he was. Yet he said such harsh words. How deeply had she hurt him? How much suffering had she caused him? At this moment, the balcony door was pushed open again. Chapter 352. The person who walked onto the terrace was a middle-aged man wearing traditional Chinese clothing. Su Lu had noticed him earlier in the hall. This person was from Green Dragon Mountain and was probably Nan Mingxiu's attendant. He didn't know why he had come to the terrace at this time. Zhang Xiaoming was quietly looking at Su Li's face and didn't notice that someone had come behind her. Tears flowed down her smiling face. The light makeup on her face was washed away, making her look even more beautiful. She took another step forward and leaned closer to Su Lu. She said softly, "I'm sorry." There was no doubt that in this tender relationship that started with a bag of dog biscuits, started with the food in the cafeteria, and ended with the porridge and flowers in the plum garden, there had been feelings of guilt, persistence, and hurt, but there had also been unquestionable sincerity. Tonight, without the cover of her black-rimmed glasses, the hazy tears in her bright eyes seemed so sincere. Looking at her in a daze, Su Lu suddenly recalled many things in the past, many things that he rarely thought of in the past year. His strong heart didn't soften, but it recovered a trace of vitality. Then he thought of the thousands of gazes in front of the Parliament building. Many complex emotions entangled his heart, and he couldn't taste that feeling no matter how hard he tried. The lights in the hall shone through the side door, casting a shadow of a moon and a half on the quiet and dim terrace. Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming happened to be standing on either side of this moon-like light. An invisible line seemed to separate the two of them, but in reality, they were only 2 steps apart. The scene fell into silence and silence, as if they had returned to the cafeteria and the playground 3 years ago. Zhang Xiaoming wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and quietly looked at him with a smile. Although they were no longer in a relationship of the past, just standing there facing each other and looking at his face so close was already a great comfort for her. She knew how hard he had been through these past few years. Although she had also been through the same in the mountains, she no longer had the right to complain, and he didn't seem to have the desire to talk about these things. So she just stood there quietly, standing in the autumn wind on the terrace. There was no need for words, just reminiscing about the past. However, there were other people on the terrace. The middle-aged man in formal attire was a little surprised to see Zhang Xiaoming crying and wiping her tears. His expression changed slightly, and he was prepared to come forward and say a few words to her. He wanted to tell her that someone was looking for her in the hall, and at the same time, he wanted her to stay away from the cold and dangerous officer by the stone railings. In his opinion, that officer must have done something to make Zhang Xiaoming cry like this. This pair of young man and woman were silently reflecting on the atmosphere when suddenly there was another person who disturbed them. Zhang Xiaoming's back was facing the side door, so she did not notice. Su Lu coldly looked at the middle-aged man. It was just a glance, but the coldness and ruthlessness in his eyes made the middle-aged man stop in his tracks. His heart was cold, and he turned around and walked towards the hall. Nan Mingxiu is the son of Nanshui's leader. Me being his female companion today is the request of the organization, but don't misunderstand. It's just that recently, the Federation, Zhang Xiaoming's eyes were slightly red as she looked at him and quietly explained. The story between her and him was too long and too complicated. Originally, there was no need to explain anything, but for some reason, when she saw Su Li's normally sunny and gloomy face today, her heart was particularly flustered. She always felt that she had to explain clearly. You don't need to explain anything. Su Lu calmly looked at her elegant face. Zhang Xiaoming's heart was slightly gloomy, but she immediately forced a smile. In an instant, this smile became particularly gentle because Su Lu placed his hand on her head and gently stroked it. When I found out last year that you were still alive, I was very angry. Su Lu somewhat slowly withdrew his hand and said, "But Mr. Shi reminded me that if I was more angry than happy, then wouldn't that mean that I was looking forward to your death? You should be angry." Zhang Xiaoming walked out of the half-moon-shaped lights and walked to his side. She quietly leaned on his arm and said, "Looking at you across the street on the sidewalk, only then did I realize how much my heart hurt. I always wanted to ask you face to face if you could forgive me, but later I thought it through. What reason do I have for you to forgive me?" She tilted her head and looked at Su Li's side profile with some bitterness. She stubbornly smiled and said, "I know your personality. You hate it when people lie to you." Su Lu had once said to Lin Yuanhu in front of Professor Shun's grave that he would not forgive a single one of them. Now, Lin Yuanhu had also become an ice-cold existence in the grave. As for Zhang Xiaoming, he didn't think there was any question of forgiveness. It was just that the affairs of the world, and each of them had their own obsessions. However, in a relationship, there was no room for obsessions about other things, even if it was so-called faith. Besides, the past was the past, and it could never be returned. In the cold wind of the autumn night, he felt a little cold. He lowered his head to look at the girl beside him and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Remember what we said on the Iron Tower? The love that I have looked forward to since I was young cannot be sacrificed by anything. If the bargaining chip is also the most beautiful thing in the world, I will try to grasp it together." After all, not many people would ask such a stupid question as a mother and wife falling into a river. His tone gradually became serious, and with a trace of painful self-mockery, he said, "The love that I want is the kind that is absolutely selfish. It's funny to say that I set obstacles for myself to judge what love is. At that time at Yue University, I thought that no matter if you were a spy for the anti-government army or something else, I would still be the same as before. I also hoped that even if I were a traitor, you would still love me the same. At that time, I always thought that this kind of love was real. Not many young men and women could still analyze their own psychology so seriously and sincerely on the balcony on an autumn night after experiencing their story. Maybe Su Lu was naive, or maybe Zhang Xiaoming was childish. Maybe their meeting on the bus at the airport was a mistake in itself. Maybe Zhang Xiaoming did a lot of things to hurt Su Lu, but in the end, the reason why they could meet and love each other in a sea of people as vast as the stars was because they were actually very similar people in their bones. I've always been the one to leave quietly. I've always been the one to hurt you time and time again. Zhang Xiaoming was slightly disappointed. Then she raised her head and said sadly, "I'm sorry." Su Lu narrowed his eyes and said, "This is the second sentence today. I told you before that I don't like to hear you say sorry the most." "Yes." Zhang Xiaoming playfully pursed her lips, but with her pair of red eyes. She looked a little sad. She didn't feel relieved. On the contrary, because of Su Li's current calmness, there was a lot of bitterness and sadness hidden in her heart. She didn't want to continue this topic to avoid losing control of her emotions. She hugged the boy beside her and cried loudly. She changed the topic and said softly, "Are you going to the Westwoods?" Su Lu thought of the weird security mission at the Whitewater Company. He shook his head and said, "I have to go in the end. It's just that the time hasn't been set yet. You are a talent that the federal military has focused on cultivating." Zhang Xiaoming said softly. "Although I don't know what happened to you in the past 2 years, it's always better to be careful on the battlefield. In the past 2 years, I've seen quite a few battles in Green Dragon Mountain. I know that it's not a place where one person can solve a problem." After saying this, she smiled slightly. She didn't tell Su Lu that she might also be transferred to the West Woods next year. In her heart, she didn't think she had the right to ask for anything, so she was silent. But then she thought that to be able to go through hardships with the man she loved was probably a kind of happiness. Su Lu heard the deep concern in these calm words. His heart trembled slightly. He only felt that the cold autumn wind blowing in his face was like yesterday. The moonlight in the sky was like yesterday, like pear blossoms, like the snow in the plum garden apartment. He couldn't help but ask in a slightly raspy voice, "I've always wanted to ask you a question. In your heart, what exactly am I?" The door to the terrace was forcefully pushed open. A few guests walked in quickly. The one in the front was the son of the Southwater leader, Nan Mingxiu, wearing a strange military uniform. His face was full of shock. He quickly walked to Zhang Xiaoming's side. Seeing the girl's red eyes, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaoming's upper arm. He said loudly, "Xiaoming, what happened?" The moment Nan Mingxiu's fingers touched Zhang Xiaoming's upper arm, Su Lu didn't know why. He felt like his heart was covered in thorns. He was very angry. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he slapped down with his palm. With a crisp slap, a red mark appeared on the back of Nan Mingxiu's hand. He staggered back 2 steps. He was greatly shocked. He looked at Su Lu and angrily yelled, "Let go of her!" The people who came to the terrace all sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, they had received the report from the middle-aged man in the hall. Only then did they know that Zhang Xiaoming, who they had invited to talk with, was crying on the terrace. She seemed to have been harassed by someone. They were very clear about Nan Mingxiu's intentions of calling this busybody the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain. Naturally, they wanted to satisfy his desire to protect this flower. They hurriedly came to the terrace, but they never would have thought that the officer standing in the shadows would silently and unceremoniously make a move. In the opinion of this leader's son, this officer must have harassed Zhang Xiaoming. He stood on the side of reason. Moreover, the current Federation government needed his father's help. He was naturally unstoppable in the capital ring. Who would dare not give him some leeway? "I'm warning you." Nan Mingxiu stared coldly at Su Lu. "I'm warning you. Don't bother Zhang Xiaoming in the future. Otherwise, I'll make the Southwater leader regret having only 2 sons." Su Lu looked at Nan Mingxiu and said, the people on the terrace were in an uproar. They didn't understand why the lines seemed to be reversed. Moreover, who was this officer? It seemed that he knew who Nan Mingxiu's father was, yet he still dared to threaten him at such a sensitive time. "How dare you be so rude to young Master Nan? What is this place? Put away those damn things in the barracks." An angry shout came from behind the terrace. The person who spoke was the chairman of the Senate's Ethics Committee, Senior Senator Zion. At this time, many people in the hall had noticed the conflict on the terrace. This respected senator just happened to be nearby, and when he saw Su Lu make a move, he unhappily lectured. Su Lu took a step forward and shielded Zhang Xiaoming behind him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at this really powerful big shot. He said, "What's wrong? You want to label me as the one who destroyed the Federation's reconciliation?" At this time, the light shone on his body, illuminating the well-ironed lieutenant colonel military uniform exceptionally clearly. At this time, the people at the side door of the terrace saw the officer's face clearly, and also saw his epaulets clearly. Everyone was shocked into silence. There were only 2 such young lieutenant colonels in the Federation. No matter which one of them, it seemed that they had enough background and strength to show such a strong attitude. No matter how big of a label Senator Zion put on them, they probably wouldn't even frown. Chapter 353. When the Federation did not find any enemies in the vast universe, the army was just a dispensable existence for this society. However, with the sudden appearance of the Empire in the night, Scorpion Nebula, everything changed. The voice of the military was unprecedentedly powerful within the Federation. Especially with the appearance of the war god in Philadelphia, the Federation soldiers were generally welcomed and respected by the people and the society. The military strength of the Federation expanded like a balloon. In just a few decades, the military was crazily expanded. Because of the rapid expansion, the organization and military ranks were somewhat chaotic. But no matter how chaotic it was, the 2 bars and 2 stars on the shoulders of this officer still shocked and astonished the guests of the Lufeng Slope Club. There was only one major general in the Federation military, Du Shaoqing. The rest of the division generals were all colonels. However, the officer on the terrace was obviously only about 20 years old. How could he be a lieutenant colonel at such a young age? The people who were qualified to attend the banquet all had their own information channels. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, they immediately reacted. There were only 2 such young lieutenant colonels in the Federation. One of them was Li Feng, and the other was Su Le. The former was the grandson of the Federation's war god, Li Pifu, according to many information channels. The latter seemed to have an unclear relationship with the old man in Philadelphia. According to the political system of the Federation, Mr. Zian, the chairman of the Ethics Committee of the Parliament, was undoubtedly a real big shot who could be ranked in the top 20. But at this moment, when Sulu said this, the old senator suddenly felt depressed and could not say anything. 2 years ago, Li Feng broke into Parliament Hill and beat up the people in Senator Zian's office. Senator Zian had always remembered the scene that made him extremely angry. Li Feng was not a real lunatic, so he naturally did not dare to be rough with him. However, he beat up several of Senator Zian's aides and secretaries. No media dared to report this incident. Who would have thought that it would become a story of Li Feng beating up a senator? Looking at Su Lu, Councilman Zion was not as calm as he appeared to be. The appearance of lunatic Li in Feiqing City had already made him lose face. This Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu was not known as a lunatic, but a big shot like him naturally knew what this person had done. The terrace did not become absolutely silent. Everyone looked at Su Lu under the light with complicated expressions. There were whispers behind the crowd. This is Su Lu who broke the Iron 7th Division. I heard that even Li Feng was defeated by him. I don't know what his relationship is with the people in Philadelphia. Nan Mingxiu noticed the strange gazes of the people around him, but did not hear the whispers. He just angrily guessed the background of the young officer standing in front of Zhang Xiaoming. He actually dared to talk back to the old senator with one sentence. But looking at Zhang Xiaoming standing quietly behind Su Lu, the gloominess on his face became more and more obvious. In the hall behind the terrace, under the cover of an evergreen plant, Li Xiuzhu quietly looked at the disturbance not far away. A trace of complicated emotions flashed across his handsome and charming face. No one knew if he was thinking of the stories related to the presidential election in the past 2 years. Beside him, Lin Dohai glared fiercely at Su Lu on the terrace and said, "You don't want to go out?" From the first time he saw Su Lu in Harbor City, to the nightclub next to Capital University, and then to the Flowing Wind Slope Club last winter, every time the heir of the Lin family saw Su Lu, he would be unlucky and lose face. Last year, at this door, he was even smashed in the nose by Su Lu with a wine glass. As the heir of one of the 7 families of the Federation, Lin Dohai could never imagine that there would be someone in the world who dared to disrespect and even insult him, let alone a small figure like Su Lu. However, at that time, Su Lu had the wife of the back mountain of Macho behind him. Now, that wife might have abandoned him, but in the end, he climbed up the mountain of the Lees of Philadelphia. There were very few people the Lin family did not dare to provoke, but the 2 families of the back mountain of Macho and the Lake of Philadelphia were existences they absolutely did not want to provoke. Every time he thought of this, Lin Dohai could not help but hate Su Li's Bulsh *T luck. At this time, seeing that this person seemed to have offended Representative Xian and the people of Green Dragon Mountain, he could not help but feel schadenfreude and was ready to do something. "What are we going out for?" Li Xiuzhu held a wine glass and looked at the crowd on the terrace, laughing self-deprecatingly. Few of the thousands of generations of descendants, like them, were as stupid as Lin Dohai, who did not know how to write the word low-key and could not even see the general situation clearly. The second-generation descendants of the 7 families could not possibly like, and even somewhat despise, Nan Mingxiu, the son of the leader of Green Dragon Mountain. At this time, standing beside Nan Mingxiu on the terrace were some playboys. Madman Li only hit a representative, but Su Lu dared to kill a representative. "The difference is too big," Li Xiuzhu said with slight mockery. "Representative Xian is probably thinking about where to find a way out of this situation." Representative Xian was a big shot. He was standing too high, so it was difficult for him to find a suitable way out of this situation. He was not a guest from Green Dragon Mountain like Nan Mingxiu, who could play the crude and direct role of a revolutionary from time to time, and he could not just leave like that. Therefore, even though he knew that the young lieutenant colonel in front of him was a person that the old man had carefully cultivated, after a moment of silence, he still scolded him in a displeased tone like an elder. "What is the occasion today? Why do you have a conflict with a guest who has come from afar?" Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the big shot did not throw that hat at him, he naturally wanted to wait for him to answer, and then gradually resolve this matter. The shrewdness of a politician was fully displayed at this moment. "I was chatting with a friend, and then someone suddenly rushed over to disturb us. That is the whole thing." Su Lu replied. Since he had recognized the old man as a distant relative in the military prison of Qingcheng, he had enough background and confidence in the Federation. However, he also knew that if a real big shot like Representative Xian was willing to make some concessions at this moment, and he still wanted to be aggressive, the old man would probably not agree. Representative Xian's expression slightly relaxed, and he slightly nodded. When he was about to say something, Nan Mingxiu unexpectedly interrupted him gloomily. "Friend, I only saw you harassing the female soldiers of Green Dragon Mountain." Councilman Xian's expression didn't change, but his mood sank. His second sentence had already been smoothed out and softened without leaving a trace. Lieutenant Colonel Su in front of him also gave a very polite response. Seeing that he was about to build a high staircase and then leave quietly, who would have thought that this stupid leader's son would actually add an extremely inappropriate sentence at this moment. I think this should be a misunderstanding. This is a matter between young people. If we talk it out, we will let it go. Mr. Representative, I am late. Please introduce Chairman Jean to me. Just as the atmosphere on the balcony was weird, and everyone was silent and uneasy, a clear and gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side door. The crowd separated, revealing a young woman behind. This young woman had soft eyebrows and gave people a feeling of friendliness. However, her occasionally moving eyes revealed a sense of pride that made people unable to resist too much. A person who could speak at this time and place was naturally not a small figure. Su Li's pupils slightly shrank, and he recognized that this young woman was Mrs. Zhong, whom he had not seen for many years. Mrs. Zhong looked at Su Lu and nodded with a smile. Counselor Zion smiled and left with Madame Zhong. With her status, she could move extremely high stone steps with just a few words. This experienced and steady counselor would naturally not stand on this balcony and feel the chill and uneasiness in the wind. Looking at the back of the representative who was walking away, Nan Mingxiu was slightly stunned, feeling that she had been neglected, scorned, and humiliated. When she was about to speak, the middle-aged man beside her, who was wearing a pair of traditional Chinese clothes, suddenly leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Her gloomy face slightly stiffened, but she forced herself to hold it back. A part of the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain was to be transferred to the West Woods to fight, and that lady was the wife of that tiger. Moreover, the Zhong family in the West Woods was the only family with military power among the 7 families. That tiger was sometimes unwilling to give face even to the president, let alone Green Dragon Mountain. Although Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son, was used to being arrogant, he also knew that the lady was someone who could not be offended. However, the gloominess and anger in his heart became deeper because of the departure of Representative Zian. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming behind Su Lu and said coldly, "Comrade Zhang Xiaoming, I think you need to explain the relationship between you and this Federation officer." Although the reconciliation of the Federation was a foregone conclusion, Zhang Xiaoming, who was known as the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain, had a complicated relationship with a Federation officer. How would the organization view Zhang Xiaoming? How would she live in Green Dragon Mountain in the future? Who knew how much insidiousness and viciousness was hidden in Nan Mingxiu's question? Su Li's eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt that his hair was about to stand up, and his fists hanging by his side slowly clenched. "Secretary Nan, please understand your position." Zhang Xiaoming, who had been silent all this time, walked to Su Li's side and said calmly, "I belong to the 4 departments. First, I am not under your jurisdiction. Second, my rank is higher than yours. Why should I explain it to you?" Previously, Zhang Xiaoming had been quietly watching the play on the terrace. The reason why she did not open her mouth to explain was because she believed that Su Lu could solve this problem. She was willing to let Su Lu solve this problem, and some of the information that Su Lu had shown made her feel happy, comforted, and even a little proud of him. However, Nan Mingxiu's insidious question made her very angry. She did not want Su Lu to be held accountable by the federal military for beating up the leader's son, so she calmly stood up. The current her was no longer the her of the past. Any of her calm, rhetorical questions made Nan Mingxiu's expression become even uglier. Nan Mingxiu did not have any specific position in Green Dragon Mountain. Right now, he was Chairman Jin Jifan's secretary in name. However, he was the most beloved son of the leader of Southern Water, so he often shamelessly called himself the spokesperson of the organization. Zhang Xiaoming's calm, rhetorical questions actually made it impossible for him to step down. Zhang Xiaoming calmly looked at the people on the terrace And then she raised her head to look at Su Lu. She smiled slightly and said, "But I don't want you to misunderstand him. In fact, it was I who came to the terrace to find him. He is my ex-boyfriend." Su Lu looked at Nan Mingxiu's stunned face, and endless loathing grew in his heart. He quietly added, "Ex-boyfriend can also be said to be an old lover. We are old lovers reminiscing. What does that have to do with you?" Chapter 354. What does it have to do with you? It's none of your damn business. The entire sentence was said normally without a single curse word. Obviously, hidden in his words were the sharp thoughts of a young male animal instinctively having when looking at the gentleness he once had. There was even a hint of indecency in it. However, it carried a biting cold force that was as spicy as a scallion. It was done in one breath, incisively, and there was not a trace of pettiness in it. Ex-girlfriend, old lover. In short, I am close to her. The rest of the people on the balcony are superfluous. You guys came to my territory to disturb me. Why should I restrain myself from being presumptuous and make myself unhappy? In the training base, Su Lu dared to force Du Shaoqing to not flip out. After that long conversation, he actually had an indescribable air of a military camp. He had a bit more in common with the tiger of the West Woods, whom he had never met before. This time, most of the people on the balcony were playboys, successful people who watched coldly from the sidelines. They were tens of thousands of light years away from Du Shaoqing, this kind of iron-blooded teacher. Su Li's words burst out with a resounding clang. How could the people watching the show still have the face to look? Those who recognized his identity and background and wanted to get close to him would have to find another time. In an instant, the crowd was blown away by the rain and wind. Only a handful of people remained. Even the playboys left the balcony somewhat unwillingly, but not daring to stay. Nan Mingxiu stood in the middle of the balcony with a gloomy face. What Zhang Xiaoming said earlier was tantamount to a slap in his face. Su Li's following words directly slapped him to the ground. As the most beloved son of the leader of Green Dragon Mountain, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Although Nan Mingxiu knew that the lieutenant colonel in front of him definitely had a great background, he was still a person who was used to being unruly in Green Dragon Mountain. He was unwilling to leave in shame. In that mountain, there was no charter or law, only the regulations of the Central Committee and the voice of some uncles as the basis for doing things. Speaking of which, although Nan Mingxiu was arrogant and was considered an idiot by both Shi Qinghai and Zhang Xiaoming, he was not completely brainless. Therefore, he decided to find a suitable way to leave here. In the future, he would think of a way to kindly educate Zhang Xiaoming, who had a somewhat weak revolutionary will, and severely punish Su Lu, who was a lackey of the Federation's shameless leader. Having made up his mind and decided to leave, Nan Mingxiu was so angry that he laughed. He was about to say something and leave, but who knew that Su Lu saw his smile and added, "You also know that you are ridiculous." Before he could put on the demeanor of a leader's son, Su Li's seemingly mild but actually sharp words blocked him back. Nan Mingxiu only felt that his chest was tight, and he was about to lose control of his anger. He angrily raised his head, pointed at Su Li's nose, and said, "Are all the officers of the Federation?" Su Lu still did not let him finish the sentence. He said, "The last person who pointed at my nose had his finger broken like a crisp radish." This was true. In a certain coffee shop in Harbor City, a certain nutshell manager arranged by the Tai family had once pointed at Su Li's nose with contempt. In the end, Secretary Bai had gently gripped his finger and fiercely broke it. There was a saying, that killing too many people gave off a murderous aura. This saying was not true, but people who had seen a lot of life and death would naturally be able to see bones as pillows and living people as corpses. They would be able to swallow thousands of miles away like a hungry tiger, and their mind would be as calm as the bright moon and the great river. They would be able to see everything lightly, and they would naturally be fearless and frightening. After escaping from Donglin for 3 years, Su Lu had experienced so many things. Although he was still far from reaching this state, there was always a trace of such a feeling in his bones. What's more, what he said was true, so it wasn't a verbal threat used by rich playboys to win a battle. It was filled with a sense of certainty and reality. If he said he would break your finger might really break in the next moment. Nan Mingxiu grew up in Green Dragon Mountain, but she had never had the opportunity to see the rain of bullets, the real battlefield of Chiqua. She stared blankly at Su Lu, listened to his indifferent words, and felt the slightly cold calmness that made one's heart palpitate. Unexpectedly, her heart subconsciously shrank, her body trembled, and she put down her arm. Frightened by his words, she put down her hand. The leader's face was burning hot, as if he had been slapped 3 times. His facial features were even somewhat twisted with anger. This face was not very good-looking, so Su Lu did not look at it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the figures of Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai behind the window. He said to him, "Do you think those aristocratic children are really willing to get close to you? No, they have never really looked up to you. In the past few years, their families desperately wanted your father to die, but now they have become your friends. Don't you think this is a very absurd thing?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath of the autumn night air. The cool and refreshing air was very comfortable. Apart from the flash of memories of Secretary Bai in his mind, the complicated emotions that had arisen from his reunion with Zhang Xiaoming finally cleared up a lot because of venting. Humiliating people you hate is perhaps the best way to get a good mood. At this time, Su Lu thought of what Shi Qinghai had said at the banquet. He vaguely understood that if one was not afraid of people, then naturally one could be at ease. This was related to one's status in society, to one's strength, and most closely related to one's temperament. No longer paying attention to the other people on the terrace, Su Lu looked at Zhang Xiaoming and said calmly, "If there is trouble in the future, you know how to find me." Zhang Xiaoming made a sound of agreement through her nose. Her soft and gentle voice became a little sour in the night wind. She took his military cap from the stone railing. Su Lu slightly paused and lowered his head. She carefully tidied his sideburns and made sure that every strand of hair was caught in the brim of the cap and would not be messy. Only then did she put down her hands with satisfaction. The two of them stood very close to each other in this position. They could smell each other's breath. They were not strangers, but they were not familiar either. However, they were very close. Su Lu quietly let her do this, and then slightly opened his arms. Zhang Xiaoming took a step forward, hugged him, and gently leaned on his chest without saying anything. He carefully kissed the girl's smooth forehead, then turned and left the terrace. There were other people on the terrace, but Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming didn't see anyone else. They naturally hugged and said goodbye. Zhang Xiaoming didn't even look at Nan Mingxiu's gloomy face. She just narrowed her eyes like a young man and looked at his back as he walked away. A slightly bitter smile appeared on her lips. In her heart, she softly answered the question that Su Lu didn't have a chance to ask. "In my heart, of course you are the most important part. A young man with no background can now make Madame Zhong come out to protect him. He can make Senator Xian not want to be too harsh." Li Xiuzhu looked at Su Lu, who disappeared at the entrance of the stairs, and said quietly, "From the Tai family to the Li family, How can he be appreciated by so many people? Of course, it's not as simple as luck. Lin Daohai was about to refute, but he noticed that young Master Li seemed to be reflecting and analyzing something, not asking for his opinion. The so-called big shots in the Federation respect his background, but fear his methods. Methods are not the methods to kill people, but other things, including his ruthlessness. This kind of person who doesn't follow the rules like your brother will only give countless people headaches. The problem is that your brother's surname is Lin, so the elders have to show tolerance and kindness. But what about him? Lin Daohai's expression changed. Li Xiuzhu continued, I heard that His Excellency the President also admires him. Speaking of which, who doesn't want to have a genius mechanic who can make MX and has such terrifying combat power? But last year, you said here that as long as someone like Su Lu enters the Federation system, he will no longer be a threat because he has to follow the rules. Lin Daohai didn't agree with Li Xiuzhu's opinion. But the problem is that the old man who brought him into the Federation system is himself the biggest rule of the Federation. Li Xiuzhu hid the trace of ridicule in his eyes. The Li and Lin families had been good friends for generations, and he didn't want to humiliate Lin Daohai too much. He just thought that the Lin family had a person like Lin Banshan. But how could they have such an idiot like Lin Daohai? Could it be that the Lin family, other than the distant Lin Yuanhu, had been taken away by that broken door? People with guns speak louder. That tiger in the West Woods is like that, and that old man is even more so. He can control the most guns, and his voice in the Federation is the loudest. As long as he doesn't die, he still thinks highly of Su Lu. This Federation, including our family, can only watch this small-eyed man climb up step by step. Li Xiuzhu said, with some regret. In a remote corner of the mountain forest of the Flowing Wind Slope Club, the automatic dishwasher was making a low humming sound. This place was dirty and filthy, and the overflowing foam formed a sharp contrast with the grand hall that was not far away. Of course, those important guests naturally wouldn't appear in this place. An old dishwasher with white hair and a face full of traces of suffering withdrew his gaze from the terrace. It was completely different from his aura. He shook his head like a poet and said with emotion, "People say that it's always good to have a lover who is old. The most important thing is that you can't forget your first love. The story between your friend and my student really makes me, an old man with a heart of stone, feel sad and unbearable." Shi Qinghai was bored to death with a cigarette in his mouth. He squatted beside him and vaguely cursed a few vulgarities. He wasn't surprised at all that this intelligence leader of the anti-government army didn't appear at the banquet, but in this shabby place, even if the Green Dragon Mountain and the government had fully reconciled, the anti-government army still had to leave some power to protect themselves. "I saw your first love, your old lover, in that S2 nightclub. That's Sister Ku," he said sarcastically. "Don't think that I don't know anything. I'm warning you, don't even think about pushing Zhang Xiaoming back to Su Li's side. Even though she's your favorite student now, in my eyes, she's still that stupid, naive student who can't accomplish anything." This legendary intelligence leader looked at Shi Qinghai with a smile and said, "Xiaoming has been with me for 2 years, and she has improved a lot. I'm going to recommend her to take over my position." Shi Qinghai's hand froze. He didn't hold the cigarette, and the red but fell into the foamy sewage. Chapter 355. Are you joking? Shi Qinghai was no longer smiling. His beautiful eyes had a trace of seriousness and seriousness. He said, "How old is she? How many years has she been in the mountain?" What qualifications does she have? Do you think the committee will agree to your recommendation? I think those old guys will think you are crazy. I'm not asking her to join the Central Committee. There was no record of this person in the Federation. Even the Green Dragon Mountain only referred to him as a legend. It seemed that he could disguise himself as any person he wished. He had once claimed to be a mountain person, but the Tai family's crown prince had still managed to find out the name that was closest to the truth, Mr. Zhong Kai. Mr. Zhong Kai smiled and said, "The position of the Standing Committee is vacant. Who will replace me? This is something that the Central Committee needs to consider. As for the position of the chairman of the Internal Affairs Committee, I'm sure Brother Nan Shui has his own ideas. What I want to do is to let Xiao Meng become the section chief of Section 4. Shi Qinghai sighed softly. After hearing this explanation, his mood calmed down a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease handing over the intelligence network of the organization to that stupid woman. However, I've spent a few decades building the network within the Federation. I plan to hand it over to her. Of course, this will be done in secret." As if guessing what Shi Qinghai was thinking, Mr. Zhong Kai smiled faintly and added another sentence. Shi Qinghai was about to take out his cigarette case and light up a second cigarette when he heard this. He angrily threw the cigarette case in his hand to the ground and said in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Do you want all the fish in the sea to die?" The anti-government army was able to hold on in Green Dragon Mountain for so many years largely because of the intelligence network that this man had built. No one knew how many people within the Federation government were secretly helping him. Shi Qinghai and his teacher should be the most successful branch of this network. However, even he only knew that this intelligence network was a vast ocean. He was only a bubble within it, yet this man actually said that he wanted to hand over this life and death ocean to that woman. First, she has no professional training. Second, she is stupid. Third, she is a woman. Shi Qinghai's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to hear such bad news when he met with the organization today. He didn't hold back. Don't think that you can look down on all the women in the world just because you got the daughter of the Minister of Defense pregnant. Mr. Zhong Kai picked up a towel and wiped his hands. He smiled and said, "Women are more delicate than men. I've taught her for 2 years." How? I think you know your friend's personality very well. Mr. Zhong Kai smiled and said, "If something really happened to Zhang Xiaoming and she was facing death, even if Su Lu was in the West Woods, I think he would still come back to save her." Shi Qinghai fell silent. After thinking carefully, he knew that his judgment was correct. In his eyes, if Zhang Xiaoming was a woman as stupid as a donkey, then Su Lu was undoubtedly a man who was calm and intelligent to the extreme. However, once he was impulsive, he would also turn into a donkey. His eyes gradually became cold. He looked at the empty balcony in the distance and thought of the previous scene. He said coldly, "She knows your arrangement. Is that why she met with Su Lu?" No. You are insulting the 2 beautiful words of old lover and first love." Mr. Zhong Kai stared at Shi Qinghai angrily. "There is another important reason for choosing Zhang Xiaoming, because I trust her." The old man's voice suddenly became light. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said, "In fact, I also trust you. But how can you be at ease with this kind of work? So, I have arranged something else for you. Of course, if you are willing to take over my position, I will not hesitate to change my original idea. What are you doing? He asked. Only a dog would do it. Shi Qinghai replied. Even if you don't do it, someone will do it, right? He said with a hint of vicissitudes. Help her more in the future. Shi Qinghai was silent. He asked, What kind of work did you arrange for me? You know, I have just been pardoned. Who knows how many people in the Federation are watching me? You will go to the West Woods. He said slowly, the agreement between the mountain and the government is being implemented one by one. Although I trust President Pabre more, he is still a politician. There are shadows of his wife and many influential people behind him. The troops in the mountain will be transferred to the West Woods to resist the Empire. Whether the equipment promised by the Federation government can be implemented, and whether the promise to not mix in with the sand can be implemented, you need to investigate, see, and report back. I heard that there was a job called inspecting the army during the dynasty. Shi Qinghai pursed his thin lips and said self-deprecatingly, Although I have harmed many good families, I don't need to suffer like this. Mr. Zhongkai smiled and said, I think because of what happened 2 years ago, President Pabre should have an impression of you. So it will be easy for the government to accept you as the liaison officer. In addition to your relationship with Su Lu, you will have an innate advantage in the West Woods. Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. He nodded and didn't bargain. He just looked at the old man with a complicated expression. Then he walked down the steps, picked up the cigarette box from the pool of dirty water, and painstakingly found 2 cigarettes that weren't wet. He lit one for himself and respectfully lit one for the old man. Mr. Zhongkai took a deep puff of the cigarette and was very satisfied. He said with a smile, You only smoke number 37 cigarettes. As a spy, this is also a loophole. To be an excellent spy, you can't have a hobby that others know about. When I entered this profession, I stopped smoking and drinking. Of course, I can smoke and drink at the same time. These words were a bit difficult to understand, but a professional like Shi Qinghai could easily understand. The old man turned his head and looked gently at Shi Qinghai. Your teacher was one of the first people I developed in the Federation. I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly. Now that we are old, the future depends on you. After saying this, he handed over a cold little tool and said, This thing is very useful. The instructions to use it are embedded in the screen. I've already done the information separation. When you open it for the first time, all you need to do is imprint your fingerprint on it. Shi Qinghai took the item with the cigarette in his mouth and put it in his pocket, looking at the man's thin body. For some reason, he felt that the man's body overlapped with his teacher's fat body. His heart ached, and he could no longer suppress the question in his heart. He asked calmly, Today, you seem to be making arrangements for your death? What exactly happened in the mountains? Could it be that those old bastards have started a purge again? But Nanshui has always trusted you. You've been sitting peacefully in the wind for so many years. Could it be that something has happened this time? You're thinking too much. The mountains are no longer the mountains of many years ago. The only time you entered the mountains for training was when you encountered the last purge. No wonder you've always had a shadow in your heart. Mr. Zhongkai smiled gently and explained. Furthermore, even if there are some internal conflicts, those of us who have survived must always persist in doing some right things. Just like this time when the Empire invaded, as a part of humanity, of course we have to contribute. But how to strike the enemy and protect ourselves in the cruel war is another difficult problem. Who knows whether or not the government forces will shoot us in the back? We have to leave behind a spark for the cause of justice. We can't let the Federation treat us like a dish delivered to the bastards of the Empire. And this is your mission in the West Woods. I'm asking you what's wrong. Sure, Qinghai asked. We can't retire in this line of work. Since I'm preparing to hand over my shift, naturally, I'm going to die. He smiled as if he was talking about someone else. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said seriously, lung cancer, advanced stage 3. Shi Qinghai's movements froze. He slowly removed the cigarette from his lips. He wanted to remove the cigarette from the mouth of the person beside him, but in the end, he didn't move. You old dog, you're finally going to become a dead dog, Mr. Shi said with a smile, but there was a hint of sadness in his laughter. The intelligence network of the anti-government forces was like an ocean. He always thought that this boss, whose name he never knew, was a silver shark. Perhaps he would die bloody on a sharp hook, but he would never die of old age and quietly sink into the white sand at the bottom of the sea. How could such a legendary figure die for such a vulgar reason? He didn't want to believe this, but he had to. After a long silence, he asked in a hoarse voice, since you're going to die anyway, can you tell me your name? Oh, you can call me Shi Qinghai, the old man said seriously. A moment later, beside the dishwasher, the two men by the sewage started laughing at the same time. After leaving the balcony, Su Lu was quietly led to a remote room. In the room, he saw the quiet young woman standing in front of the oil painting, quietly admiring it. His mood suddenly calmed down. Someone who could influence the Ministry of Defense to order him to attend the banquet naturally wanted to see him. At this moment, this question was answered without asking, but Su Lu understood why Mrs. Zhong in the West Woods chose the Lufeng Slope Club, and did it so secretly. I know your question. Mrs. Zhong turned her head and smiled at Su Lu. Last year, you gave me a difficult problem. Snatching someone under the nose of Macho in the back of the mountain, it's not that easy. In an instant, a hint of pride appeared on the quiet young woman's face. Of course, in Bermuda and the West Woods, the Zhong family has the ability. The problem is that the entire Federation is under the indifferent gaze of Lady Tai. In Bermuda and the West Woods, the Zhong family can cover the sky with one hand, but in the capital, I can't do it. For the past few months, you've been asking me where the person is. In fact, he's always been in my hands, but I can't give him to you because I don't want that lady to find out that I'm involved in this matter. Mrs. Zhong looked at Su Lu with a grave expression and said, even if she may have already guessed, I don't want her to get the evidence. Chapter 356. When I finished updating the last chapter, I said that it was the best chapter of the day, and it was indeed so. A few days ago, I was looking at the things I wrote before. I always thought that this was the only way to improve. It could be considered a certain level of self-reflection. But in the end, I came to a conclusion that made me somewhat wrong. Starting from Ing Xiu to the Vermilion Bird, to Qin Yunian, to Spy, the first half was always just passable. No, it should be said that it gave me a headache. Of course, the later half would always be written much better. What I mean by better is compared to my own writing. For every story, I wrote better at the latter half than at the beginning. Every day, I wrote better at the latter half than at the beginning. Perhaps I didn't understand this before, but when I think about it carefully, it's a very normal thing. Because I'm a terrible person who needs to feel to write a story, I can't write smoothly if I don't get into the topic at the beginning. Every day, I have to get into the mood to write smoothly. When I feel good, I can really write 3,000 words per hour. Without a doubt, I even reached the peak of 3,600 words per hour. Of course, that required editing. And this kind of speed is like the climax of a story. It's always a flash of brilliance and not a long-term happiness. I've been writing for 6 years, and there aren't many times when I feel like going crazy. Most of the time, I'm still like today's first chapter, writing 1,000 words per hour, suffering unbearably, saying this makes it seem like I'm serious about writing, but in fact, my serious attitude towards writing can only be considered sloppy. It's far worse than many people. How many scenes are there that are unbearable to look at? Sometimes, when I look back, I feel like my face is burning. Of course, there are also many scenes that are very cool. I'm very proud of myself when I look at them. But overall, I can barely maintain a level that's worth the 2 cents or 3 cents per 1,000 words that everyone spent on subscriptions. There's nothing to be proud of. Yesterday, when I saw Firebeacon's chapter, I was very moved. I still insist that Ergo is the most awesome book this year. Whether or not it's pretentious or not, this book is the most awesome, and there's no other. In the past, I used to dislike top-class Gongzi the most, so sometimes I feel like this world is too strange. Damn, it's the same person, but why does his level increase so much? Is it that my eyes are dazzled? Therefore, this was the effect of the great killing weapon seriousness. In the past, many people said that my writing was good, but I never responded. Now that I'm serious, it's all bullshit. Words have to be concise, elegant when they should be crisp when they should be crisp. That's what makes good writing. How can an old woman's foot binding be any better? F***K. Just as I was preparing to update, I realized that I had exceeded it by another 1,000 words. In the future, if anyone dares to say that my writing is good, I will drag them down and beat them to death. Believe in Brother Chun. Continue. Chapter 357. 3 years ago, he had met this young woman at the airport. At that time, this lady had a gentle smile and kind eyes. Although she naturally showed a natural pride and nobility because of a very insignificant matter, she had condescended to wait for him, who was wearing thin clothes, to give her a Westwood's military windbreaker and a small card. 3 years later, after only a few phone calls and then meeting again, the eyes that should have been unfamiliar became familiar because of that very enchanting sense of intimacy. So Sulu was a little touched. He had always thought that taking care of little Watermelon on the spaceship escaping from Donglin was a small matter. It was not easy for the head of the Westwoods Zhong family to treat a small person like him like this. This kind attitude made him remember it to this day. His dark-colored Shilin military windbreaker had long since been riddled with holes during the assassination incident at Linhai Gymnasium. However, he had kept that incomparably old card, which in the end played the role of a great killing weapon. You mean, Lady Tai is still not willing to let go? Sulu looked at Madame Zhong under the oil painting and asked, puzzled, probably other than Lin Banshan, and that little lunatic of the Li family. No one in the Federation knows what the old man and Lady Tai talked about that day in Lin Yuan. Madame Zhong sat on the sofa, her hands gently placed in front of her stomach. She looked at Sulu with a smile and said, "But this is a matter of face. Since you can come out of Qingcheng safely, it means that Mo Cho has made concessions in front of the old man. You have the old man's face, so your safety won't be a big problem. Besides, Madame won't do this kind of thing. After all, with her status and tactics, it would be undignified for her to deal with you." Sulu understood why Westwoods was so vigilant and even played a little trick of entering the tiger's den, since Lady Tai wouldn't deal with him for the time being. But we, the Westwoods, have interfered in this matter. Even if Lady Tai didn't do anything and just watched coldly from the sidelines, if she had the evidence and found out that the Westwoods had spoiled her plans, It would mean that my husband and I owe her an explanation and a favor. We from the West Woods don't want to owe her a favor. Madame Zhong smiled slightly. Her smile seemed somewhat helpless as she said, "The favor between the 7 great families is too great. We can't easily owe them." For the Zhong family in the West Woods, the annual budget review by the Parliament at the beginning of spring was the most troublesome thing. The West Woods region, which had been through many wars, required the Federation Management Committee to review the aid budget and energy quota. The tiger of the West Woods and his wife never cared about ordinary favors or explanations in society. However, Lady Tai, who lived in seclusion among the mountains and lakes, could influence many people in the Parliament with just a wave of her sleeves. For the Zhong family, this kind of favor was too big and a headache. Su Lu understood this sentence and couldn't help but fall silent. He had only made a phone call to the Zhong family in the West Woods, whom he didn't know and had no relationship with, but they had helped him so much and caused so much trouble. He was in the middle of it. So even if he wanted to make up for it, it seemed that he couldn't do much. "I owe you and Commander Zhong a big favor." He was not used to speaking in such a tone of authority in the Federation, but just like in the past, as long as he said something, he would definitely admit it. This was what it meant to be true to one's word. Madame Zhong had studied Su Li's file more than once, so she knew the true nature of this young man. She understood that although this sentence seemed normal, it actually carried some weight. She couldn't help but smile and say, "I don't think there's a chance for you to return this favor." Su Li's cheeks were slightly hot. He knew that Madame Zhong was not mocking him, but stating a fact. The only family in the Federation with military power among the 7,000 generations of the Federation's 7 great families might have some scruples in the capital ring, but in the West Woods, they were like local tyrants or separatist warlords. No matter what kind of trouble such a family encountered, they did not seem to need his help to solve it. If they encountered trouble that they could not solve, he would have no ability to help. "I'm very grateful for your willingness to help me, although I don't really understand the specific reason." He looked at Madame Zhong sincerely. Madame Zhong looked at him calmly. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Not all help has a hidden purpose. Although I am very optimistic about your future in the army, before you went to assassinate Macklin, there was no such future, and there was no need for investment. So, this is not an investment." Su Lu listened quietly. Madame Zhong smiled and sighed softly. Her amiable and warm face glowed. Faintly, she said slowly, "Many people are in awe of the old man behind you, although no one, including me, knows the real relationship between you and the old man. But even more people are afraid of your methods. I think that little old man from the Iron Calculator family would definitely not dare to face you alone, because the mentality you have shown is too dangerous." Su Lu thought to himself in a self-deprecating manner. He was not a cold-blooded killer, but there are also many people who like you, such as the president. Madame Zhong smiled and said, "Including my tiger, so you don't have to feel any psychological pressure." Su Lu thought of the things he had heard before. When President Pabre decided to pardon him, he had encountered countless resistance. But Commander Zhong, who had always been at odds with President Pabre in the West Woods, stood on the president's side and supported the pardon. Thinking of this, his gratitude to the Zhong family in the West Woods grew stronger. He did not know what to say, so he bowed seriously to express his gratitude. "Fireworks and I are now living in Xixia State. The New Year's Eve holiday is coming soon. If you have time, you are welcome to be a guest," Madame Zhong said with a smile. Su Lu was slightly stunned. The image of a little girl wearing a white dress and holding a doll bathed in the starlight naturally appeared in his mind. He had not seen her for 3 years. He did not know how the little girl who did not like to eat and liked to skip home had grown. The black car drove steadily and silently away from the Windy Slope Club like a ghost. This was a car specially made by the Tai family. The security personnel in the club already knew that this black car with a license plate had been given to a friend by the family's crown prince, so they did not check it carefully. Behind them, 2 dark green military vehicles were following them at a distance. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and glanced through the rear view screen. He felt a little strange, but he did not order them to leave. After all, he was not sure if Lady Tai was willing to give up. With these brave experts following them, the safety of the 2 of them was more guaranteed. Nominally, it was a holiday, but after leaving the training base, the 7th Combat Group of Whitewater Company did not disband. Instead, they were divided into 2 groups and followed Su Lu closely like special agents of the Special Task Force to protect important people. Su Lu was not used to this arrangement. He thought, the 7th Combat Group is going to be Jian Shuiner's bodyguards soon. Why are these people protecting me? However, he understood that this should be an order from the Ministry of National Defense, or even the old man in Feiqing City. Even if he wanted to get rid of these people, it would be very difficult. In addition, during the training base and the exercise, he gradually got along well with more than a dozen men of the 7th Combat Group. Everyone deliberately avoided the knife he stabbed by Yulan at the wedding, so they were somewhat used to each other's existence. The black car drove past Hawking Avenue and went around to the 2nd highway out of the city. Lan Xiaolong, who was in the military vehicle behind them, reported, "Everything is normal. No one is following us." Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that Macho finally admitted the current situation. At this time, he did not need to worry that Lady Tai would find evidence of the involvement of the Zhong family in the West Woods. Thinking of this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of absolute joy appeared on his face, and he said, "I told you who would care about small people like us." Brother Wei, your courage has become too small. Those people in the military vehicle are all your men. They look like real soldiers. You are not a small person now. Accompanied by an unusually complicated voice, a pale and thin young man sat in the passenger seat. He looked at the radar system in front of him with a somewhat uneasy expression. He carefully touched the interior of the car, shook his head and sighed. "I haven't seen you for 3 years. It seems that you are doing well in the capital ring. Just now, the lady took me to the club. When I was at my best in the East Woods, I have never seen such a lively place." Su Lu turned his head and glanced at him. He found that his best friend had become a lot calmer than before because of the year in prison. Only the haggard and tired face that did not fit his age was still the same. 3 years ago, Li Wei was the leader of the orphan gang in the Eastwoods region's Hushi district. Every night, he would fight for territory with the taser made by Su Lu with the other poor people. He would compete with the other poor people and yearn for those glamorous nightclub girls. 3 years ago, Su Lu was just an apprentice in a repair shop. Using the craftsmanship that his uncle taught him, he helped Li Wei make weapons that were suitable for him. At the same time, he patiently advised Li Wei to be careful, be kind to others, and not kill too many people. When the 2 of them met again 3 years later, many things had changed. The black car stopped next to a rice cake stall in the Wangdu district. After Su Lu and Li Wei got off the car, they walked to the stall and asked for some snacks. Then, they sat down at a small table on the sidewalk. 2 dark green military vehicles were parked not far away. The men of Group 7 did not get off the car. Instead, they vigilantly observed the surroundings. The 2 friends, who had not seen each other for a long time, met again. They did not know what to say to break the silence. After all, the two of them had experienced too many things, especially Su Lu. Li Wei looked at his ordinary face, and the two military vehicles behind him with a complicated gaze. Although he did not know what Su Lu was doing, he could feel that Su Lu had put a lot of distance between them. Chapter 358. The autumn wind blew the fallen leaves on the street. It was already late at night, and the streets of Wangdu were unusually quiet and chilly. The dim light from the rice cake stall was particularly warm in such an atmosphere. The stall owner lowered his head and hid the meat skewers under a plastic sheet. He looked around cautiously, hoping that the HTD Bureau wouldn't find trouble with him in such a cold and quiet night. There were 3 tables on the sidewalk, but only 2 customers. Not far away, there were 2 dark green military vehicles parked. The owner of the rice cake stall couldn't recognize the license plates of the 2 military vehicles, but he could guess that these 2 young customers must have some background. In this day and age, rich people who were used to eating exotic delicacies always liked to come to the streets to try something different. The middle-aged owner didn't find it strange, and he wasn't nervous. Even if the 2 young customers didn't order the black market mutton skewers that he treasured the most, he didn't secretly criticize the rich for being stingy. This was because he could see that these 2 young people were true friends. I don't think I'm that awesome. Maybe I'm just lucky. After escaping from Donglin, I somehow met some big shots. Oh, right, I'm working in the army now, but my file should still be with Nutshell. Su Lu lowered his head and nibbled on the spicy rice cake as he explained softly. His life was too strange, and there were many things that he couldn't explain to Li Wei. Moreover, the story of the past 3 years was too long. Even if he wanted to tell it, he didn't know where to start. Want a bottle of wine? Su Lu asked for Li Wei's opinion. 3 years of hard liquor seemed to be the only way to fish out all the unnecessary worries of the young people. Li Wei nodded. He used his chopsticks to pick up a few pieces of roasted celery and put them into his mouth. He chewed with a poochie-poochie sound, as if there was a very heavy matter in his heart, and he didn't know where to start. Su Lu filled the wine glass in front of him and himself, but didn't touch the chopsticks in front of him. He lowered his head slightly and stared at the celery and bean rolls covered in soy sauce on the plate. He seemed to be thinking about how to start the conversation, and he also seemed to have a heavy heart. They had finally reunited with their childhood friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Furthermore, there did not seem to be any danger around them in the Federation. They should have been shouting and hugging each other, but for some reason it had become so strange. After a long silence, Li Wei picked up the glass of wine and gulped it down. He pursed his lips and asked, "After I was released from prison, I went to Fragrant Orchid Avenue to take a look. That repair shop had been converted into a protein meat distribution station. I thought you were dead, but last year I was brought back from Bermuda. That's when I found out that you were still alive. I want to ask you a question. Is the repair shop owner dead?" "Yes." Su Lu slowly finished the wine in the cup and found that this transparent liquid was much more spicy than the amber liquor he usually drank. It stung his nose a little and made it difficult for him to breathe. He had great confidence in the uncle who had a carefree appearance but a cold heart. In the end, he was moved to tears by the uncle's death. After all, the uncle was the most wanted criminal in the Federation. How could he die so easily? However, 3 years had passed, and there was no news of the uncle at all. Coupled with the fact that he had witnessed the white beam of light from the battleship's main cannon, he could only gradually admit that someone had left forever in the depths of his heart. Li Wei's expression became more gloomy. Like Su Lu, he had been living helplessly in the underworld. He had never had the opportunity to see the scenery of the upper class and taste the world of the big shots. Therefore, although he had some wisdom and perseverance, he still hadn't learned how to hide his emotions. "I have something to tell you." Almost at the same time, Su Lu and Li Wei put down their glasses and said the same sentence. The two of them looked at each other. After being stunned for a while, Su Lu spoke first. He looked at Li Wei's face and said seriously and apologetically, "Because of that taser, you were in prison for a year, and then you were kidnapped to Bermuda." He didn't finish his sentence because Li Wei was staring at him with a strange look. He scratched his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What's wrong?" Su Lu asked. Li Wei smiled bitterly and said, "Do you know what I want to say? I want to ask for your forgiveness. After all, that taser was stolen from my hands. It's all my fault that the government targeted the repair shop owner and put you on the wanted list. After I was released from prison, it was you who sent me that 1 million, right?" Li Wei looked at Su Li's face and said emotionally, "I was kidnapped by those big shots and taken to Bermuda. In the end, it was you who saved me, right?" "I've always felt sorry for you," Su Lu murmured. Li Wei murmured, "I think so too." The heavy silence after the reunion was actually just because these two friends grew up together. They both felt a strong sense of guilt towards each other. This sense of guilt was intertwined between the two of them. Now that it was exposed, it blew a strong sense of warmth on this cold autumn night. The two of them looked at each other for a long time and then burst out laughing at the same time. It was just like many years ago on the sidewalk of the Clock Tower Street, watching the TV screen through the glass of the pub. Two orphans were holding their bellies and laughing at the plot of the family comedy that wasn't funny at all. Their eyes once lit up because of the cute little girl who played the role of the orphan. However, at that time, they weren't old enough and didn't have the money to buy wine. Now it was different. "Boss, give us a few bottles of wine." "Do you want those people in the car to come down and drink with us? Are those people really your subordinates? Who knows? Don't tell me. I still have a little bit of status in the army. 2 years ago, you sent me $1 million. Do you know what I used it for? I bribed Bao Longtao from the 2nd Division. It only took them 6 months to gather the troops and occupy 3 blocks, 3,000 kilometers away from the capital's special district. The autumn atmosphere in the capital of Xixia State wasn't too strong. With his lieutenant colonel military ID, Su Lu took a free supersonic plane and arrived at this large state famous for its autumn red leaves. He took the address left by Mrs. Zhong and got into a taxi, looking at the autumn trees outside the window that had just started to change color but didn't have time to turn red. Instead, they looked a little messy. He thought of many things from the past. The Federation's New Year's Autumn Festival had a long history. Whether it was to use lively parades to get rid of the desolation of autumn or to give housewives a chance to do some spring cleaning, no one could say for sure. Today, the place Su Lu was going to was in the suburbs of the state capital, so the taxi wasn't stopped by those parades. The reason why he specifically chose this day to accept Mrs. Zhong's invitation during his short vacation was because he owed her a huge favor. Also, he really missed that little girl. At the beginning of his life as a fugitive, he and that little girl could really be said to have depended on each other for survival. That kind of feeling was probably something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the past, Su Lu would never have any contact with the Westwoods Zhong family. He had kept that card in his pocket for so long and never used it. Firstly, it was because the special forces under the Westwoods Tiger, such as Colonel Lake, had seen his face before. If he were to come into contact with them, it was very likely that his true identity as a wanted criminal of the Federation would be exposed. Secondly, although it was a military order, Uncle Feng Yu had died under the main cannon of the West Woods battleship. As a student, even if he didn't avenge him, it was impossible for him to be close to the other party. But now, because of that old man and his strange relationship with the glory of the Charter, Su Lu no longer had to worry about his identity as a fugitive of the Federation. As for the uncle's death, after a night of drinking with Li Wei, he unknowingly became a lot calmer. Therefore, he left Li Wei's safety to the men of Group 7 and quietly got rid of them and came to Xixia. This was a large house in the suburbs. As a giant company of the Federation, the place where the chairman and daughter of the Guzhong company lived was a little strange. The fact that the residence of the Group 7 was not a manor had already made Su Lu feel a little strange. A polite and respectful female housekeeper welcomed Su Lu into the first floor of the mansion. Su Lu saw Mrs. Zhong standing behind the door, and before she could say anything, she heard a deep, lazy, and even a little shameless voice. "Third young man is here? What kind of realm does a voice have to be able to make people hear shamelessness?" Su Lu turned his head in shock and saw a fat, round face. This face had two slightly squinted eyes, looking harmless, but occasionally a cold light would pass through the narrow eyes, making people feel that this person was extremely dangerous. Su Lu had been kicked by this person before and had always remembered it in his heart. He deliberately imitated and learned, turning that fierce kick into his own killing technique. Naturally, he didn't forget the danger of this person. With a bitter face, he greeted, "Hello, Captain Tian." "Not good." Fatty Tian looked at him with incomparable pain and said, "You lied to me. That year on the ship, you refused to fight me with your real skills, making me think that you weren't a cultivation genius. Otherwise, I would have been the first person in the Federation to know about your relationship with the Li family." Su Lu only felt his whole body go numb and couldn't answer. Fortunately, Mrs. Zhong shouted, "Damn Fatty! Don't make such a disgusting face. The fireworks are coming." Fatty Tian's whole body trembled, and he immediately straightened his chest and raised his head. With a solemn face, he actually put on the demeanor of a person like Du Shaoqing. Su Lu didn't have time to appreciate this fierce person's ability to change his face. He raised his head and looked towards the stairs, and at a glance, he saw the little girl jumping down. The little girl was wearing a white tutu dress, and her cute red little shoes made a crisp sound on the stairs. Her knee-length light-colored socks and the light flower pinned on top of her head complemented each other beautifully, especially her black hair, which was extremely neatly cut back in the past. Her picturesque bangs followed her movements and mischievously swayed up and down. It really looked like a piece of watermelon skin. Of course, it was the very cute kind. At the villa's New Year's Eve festival, only the four of them ate. After seeing the little watermelon, Su Li's warm mood gradually became somewhat inexplicable as the silence at the dining table became silent. From the beginning until now, the 8-year-old Zhong, Yanhua, didn't even look at him directly. No matter how Mrs. Zhong smiled and talked about what happened on the ancient bell, the little girl still looked indifferent and proud. She was only willing to treat Su Lu at the dining table as a strange guest. After all, she was just a child. How could she remember the journey like an adult? He comforted himself, but he still felt a little lost in his heart. How could the reunion between Brother Su Lu and the little watermelon be so silent? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.